Chapter 226. Young Master, this is? Although Xiong Quan could vaguely guess what it was, he could not help but ask for confirmation. This is a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. And it's the same as the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill from before. Consume it 3 times. After 3 months, your cultivation will recover by another third, and you ought to be able to recover to the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Xiong Quan's breathing became hurried when he heard this. His cultivation could finally recover to the void prying stage. These days, he had been very sullen. He was originally in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, yet because of the origin restriction goo, his cultivation had suffered an extremely great restriction. If he was able to recover to the void prying stage, then even if he was only at the 1st level of the void prying stage, it would far surpass his current state. After all, he had many formidable abilities that could only be executed by relying on the strength of the void prying stage. Also, this is your antidote for the past 6 months. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spent half an hour in front of Xiong Quan to refine a simple and unadorned medicinal pill before he passed it to Xiong Quan. Back then, when he gave Xiong Quan the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, he mixed it with a special poison. That kind of poison was something that even the spirit cleansing pill couldn't do anything about. Every 6 months, Xiong Quan had to take the antidote. Otherwise, he would definitely die. This was also his method of controlling Xiong Quan. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it and swallowed it. After sending Xiong Quan away, Duan Lingtian went to the backyard. Only now did he notice that the 2 little girls had smoothly broken through to the origin core stage. After accompanying the 2 girls for a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. Duan Lingtian took out another drop of Monkey King wine and drank it. Then he began to cultivate. This time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the medicinal effects of the Monkey King wine had weakened by half compared to the last time. He began to circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Flood Python transformation. In the end, Duan Lingtian barely broke through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Looks like the Monkey King wine is the same as the monkey wine. The effect is better the first time, and the effect will be reduced by half every time after that. The 2nd time is half the effect of the first time, the 3rd time is half the effect of the 2nd time, and so on. In the end, the effect is equivalent to nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He also realized that unless he stepped into the half-step void stage in the future, and used the Monkey King wine to break through. Otherwise, no matter how much Monkey King wine he drank, it would be a waste. However, now that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 41 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 2nd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. Compared to an ordinary 3rd level origin core stage martial artist, he possessed the strength of an extra ancient mammoth. That Shui Yun is a specter guard. Duan Lingtian took out Shui Yun's storage ring and used a drop of blood to bind it to him. He glanced inside and his eyes narrowed. There's actually only a little over 1 million taels of silver. This Shui Yun, he's doing too badly, right? In any case, he's still in existence at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian had a look of disdain on his face as he spoke. At the entrance of the 5th prince's mansion. Li when I have the time, I will go to Pingyang County to visit you. The 5th prince looked at Tong Li and lightly smiled as he spoke. Cousin. Tong Li's eyes were hazy with tears, and her face contained slight unwillingness. Could it be that we're really unable to do anything to that Duan Lingtian? After she found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength, Tong Li's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Li don't worry. Once I ascend the throne, I'll surely capture that Duan Lingtian and send him before you, allowing you to deal with him as you please. The 5th prince made a promise. Tong Li's expression eased up slightly when she heard this, and she fiercely nodded as her gaze was vicious. Good. At that time, I'll slice off his flesh piece by piece and watch him bleed to the last drop of blood. Subsequently, Tong Li brought along the old woman beside her and left the 5th prince's mansion. They returned to Pingyang County. Only when Tong Li's carriage vanished before his eyes did the 5th prince bring along the white-browed old man and turn around to return to the mansion. Li don't worry. That old fellow won't be able to live for long. On the way back, the 5th prince muttered to himself. Ever since he killed Shui Yun, Duan Lingtian's life had gradually calmed down. The third prince and fifth prince seemed to have vanished from his world as well. The prime minister, Gu Yuting, seemed to have gone completely silent as well. Now, besides occasionally going to Paladin Academy, he would usually stay at home to accompany the two little girls and accompany his mother, Li Ro. Occasionally, he would go to the embroidered uniform guard's lodgings to investigate who actually poisoned the emperor. Now as time passed, more and more clues appeared. Duan Lingtian believed that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to find out the truth and find the culprit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had turned 19 and stepped into the ranks of youths, and the childishness on his face had completely faded away. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extraordinarily handsome and elegant. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Within a spacious room, whoosh! A violet-clothed youth abruptly opened his eyes, and above him, 51 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. I've finally broken through. Luckily, the monkey wine doesn't conflict with the Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Ever since he drank the Monkey King wine for the second time and noticed that the effects weren't great, he didn't waste the Monkey King wine and instead drank the monkey wine. In the end, he noticed that the medicinal strength of the monkey wine didn't weaken because he drank the Monkey King wine. Relying on the medicinal strength of the monkey wine and the assistance of the origin strengthening pill, he smoothly broke through to the third level of the origin core stage after 3 months. The origin strengthening pill was the upgraded version of the origin increasing pill, and was also a medicinal pill used by origin core martial artists to cultivate. It was able to increase the cultivation speed of an origin core martial artist. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian had refined quite a few origin strengthening pills with extremely high purity, and they were far from what the origin strengthening pills sold outside could compare to. The two little girls at home, Ker and Li Fei, successively stepped into the second level of the origin core stage as well after consuming the second drop of Monkey King wine. In the entire younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, only Duan Lingtian was able to steadily surpass their cultivations. Of course, only Duan Lingtian knew of all this. Outsiders were completely unaware. Otherwise, who knew what sort of commotion it would cause? After breaking through, Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, came to Paladin Academy to have a meal with Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu. Presently, Xiao Yu's group of 3 had already gotten used to Duan Lingtian's behavior of skipping class. Presently, Duan Lingtian didn't make any difference whether he skipped class or not. To a certain extent, his current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could already be considered to be second only to one person and above everyone else. Presently, in the Imperial City, perhaps some people didn't know who the Prime Minister was, but practically no one didn't know who the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander was. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and in the eyes of the current emperor, his status even surpassed the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. Right, calculating the time the new batch of students should have entered the academy, right? We should be considered to be Year 2 students now, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian, you're really slow. The new students entered the academy 2 days ago, and we've already advanced to Year 2. Tian Hu shook his head and smiled. Even if Duan Lingtian was now the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, he still wasn't unfamiliar with him. The friendship between him and Duan Lingtian wouldn't change because of the change in status of one of them. Duan Lingtian, do you have any plans? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only 19 years old and had already obtained such accomplishments in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, unless he wanted to rebel and seize the throne, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand higher. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he practically stood at the peak. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Of course I have plans. However, everything has to wait until I finish some unfinished business. After I finish, maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to what Duan Lingtian found out from Xiong Quan, some of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were located in places with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. The origin energy there was abundant, and it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. Compared to cultivating in an ordinary place, the speed was much faster. Some places even had a cultivation speed that was twice as fast as ordinary places. He could imagine that if he was able to cultivate in those places, coupled with the high-purity origin-strengthening pill in his possession, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. So, he already planned to enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only for the sake of the superb cultivation grounds within. However, no matter if it was the Paladin Academy he was currently in, or the top sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom he wanted to enter in the future, they were all only a springboard for him. His ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, nor was it in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After hearing what Duanling Tian said, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun and Tian, who all had expressions of yearning. After finishing his meal with the three of them, Duanling Tian left Paladin Academy and brought Xiong Quan along to the embroidered uniform guard's residence. Presently, Xiong Quan's cultivation had recovered to the void-prying stage and had become a great help to him. "Commander, we've found it." As soon as he entered, Duanling Tian saw Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang greet him. "You found it?" Duanling Tian's gaze shone. "Who bought those medicinal materials?" Zhang Qian took a few steps forward and closed the courtyard house's door before returning to Duanling Tian's side and saying in a low voice, "Commander, it's someone from the 5th Prince's estate." 5th Prince's estate? Duanling Tian's eyes squinted. "Are you sure? This isn't a joke. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. This vicious tiger ought to not eat its father, right? Commander, we've caught the person that bought the medicinal materials and confirmed it. Those medicinal materials were bought by the 5th Prince's personal manager." White brows. Zhao Gang added, "Looks like this matter is related to the 5th Prince. I want to make a trip to the Imperial Palace." Duanling Tian nodded, and his heart slightly trembled. The 5th Prince is really ruthless and merciless, to even be so ruthless to his own father. Duanling Tian brought Xiong Quan along as he hastily entered the Imperial Palace to see the Emperor. "Commander Duan, for you to come in such a hurry, do you have any leads?" The Emperor guessed the reason Duanling Tian had come. "Your Majesty, I really don't know how to start this matter." Duanling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. Could it be that he should directly tell the Emperor that his son wanted to kill him? "Speak." The Emperor's gaze was calm as he slowly spoke. Chapter 227. 5th Prince. When the Emperor heard Duanling Tian's words, his breathing became hurried. After a long time he took a deep breath, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Duanling Tian looked at the Emperor, and he could clearly feel the rage in the Emperor's heart. He could understand the Emperor's current feelings. "Commander Duan." The Emperor opened his mouth and his voice was ice-cold, revealing a bone-piercing chill. "Your Majesty." Duanling Tian replied. "Now bring your embroidered uniform guards and capture that unfilial son. We will immediately summon the Prime Minister and the Divine Might Marquis to enter the palace. We will execute that unfilial son in the throne room as a warning to others." The Emperor's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, incomparably gloomy and cold. He was completely enraged. Duanling Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that the monarch was heartless, and he had thoroughly experienced it today. However, when he thought of the 5th Prince's actions, Duanling Tian felt at ease. The 5th Prince only had himself to blame. Yes. Duanling Tian received the order and left the palace with Xiong Quan. He gathered the 12 embroidered uniform guards under him, and the group headed directly to the 5th Prince's residence. When the guards at the entrance of the 5th Prince's residence saw Duanling Tian bring people over, their expressions changed. "Commander Duan." They recognized the embroidered uniform guards flying fish robes and respectfully bowed to Duanling Tian, not daring to obstruct him. Duanling Tian ignored these guards and brought Xiong Quan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards, directly charging into the 5th Prince's residence. "Duanling Tian, you're presumptuous." Soon the 5th Prince came out, and behind him followed an old man with white eyebrows. "Presumptuous?" Duanling Tian's gaze focused as he looked at the 5th Prince and said indifferently, "5th Prince, I'm here on His Majesty's orders to invite you into the palace. So, I hope that the 5th Prince will cooperate." "Humph. If Imperial Father wanted to summon me, why would he send you here?" "Duanling Tian, what are you trying to do?" The 5th Prince's face darkened. Clearly, He did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Fifth prince, if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for using force. Men, invite the fifth prince in. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly issued an order, his voice like a clap of thunder. Immediately, except for Xiong Quan, Elder Hong and Elder Qin, who were standing behind Duan Lingtian, the other 10 embroidered uniform guards stepped forward to capture the fifth prince. How dare you? The face of the white-browed old man behind the fifth prince sank. With a roar, he took a step forward and shielded the fifth prince behind him. If anyone tries to stop us, kill them. Duan Lingtian continued to order, his voice cold. Instantly, the 10 embroidered uniform guards made a move. The embroidered spring sabers whistled out with piercingly cold lights, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous venomous snakes that bit towards the old man. The old man's figure shook as 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, even if he was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, under the tacit cooperation of 10 7th and 8th level nascent soul stage martial artists, he didn't gain the slightest advantage. It was even to the extent that he was slightly in a sorry state under the envelopment of the saber net formed by the embroidered spring sabers. Right at this moment, a wave of whistling sounded out. It was precisely the fifth prince who blew it. Whoosh! 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 Instantly numerous figures that were exceedingly swift flashed over from all directions. These people were led by an old man. This old man wore azure clothes, and his movements carried along a shocking aura. His cultivation was extraordinary. Behind the old man, another 5 old men followed closely behind, and there was also a group of middle-aged men with cold expressions following closely behind. These middle-aged men were precisely the death warriors fostered by the fifth prince, death warriors that lived only for the sake of slaughter. The old man in the lead dashed out, and 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Half-step void stage expert. Elder Pu, I want that Duan Lingtian dead. The fifth prince's gaze lit up when he saw this old man, and he abruptly gave the order, as if he was filled with confidence towards this old man. Don't worry, your highness, not a single one of them will survive. The voice of the old man in the lead spread out in the air, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a rock that enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, kill him. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm and his expression carefree when faced with this half-step void stage expert flashing over. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan's figure flashed out when he heard this. Swish. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring sound of the wind, the clear howl of the sword stopped abruptly. Instantly, a dazzling pillar of blood blossomed out from the throat of the old man that was approaching menacingly, and he was still halfway to Duan Lingtian when he lowered his head and fell to the ground, fiercely being thrown out by inertia, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Besides Elder Hong and Elder Qin who rode beside Duan Lingtian, no one present was able to clearly see Xiong Quan's movements. In their eyes, Xiong Quan had always been sitting on the horse and had never moved. Void prying stage. Elder Hong and Elder Qin's hearts trembled. They never imagined that the middle-aged man that had been following beside the commander recently was actually a void prying stage expert. Moreover, he seemed to not be as simple as a first-level void prying stage expert. They only felt their scalps go numb. No! The fifth prince's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and he wasn't willing to believe that everything before his eyes was real. His greatest reliance and existence at the half-step void stage had died just like this. The other 5 old men that were following behind the half-step void stage old man had now stopped moving, and they were all dumbstruck from fright. The white-browed old man's figure flashed out to avoid the joint attack of the group of embroidered uniform guards, and he stood in the distance and was stunned for a moment. Only those death warriors pounced forward one after another, but they all died under the embroidered spring sabers of the 10 embroidered uniform guards. Not long after, the front courtyard of the fifth prince's estate flowed with blood. There wasn't a single death warrior left standing. Fifth prince, I hope you can cooperate. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze swept past the white-browed old man and the other 5 old men that were dumbstruck before finally descending onto the fifth prince. The fifth prince was slightly dazed, and he only recovered from his shock when the 10 embroidered uniform guards surrounded him. Duan Lingtian, you're dead. The fifth prince looked at Duan Lingtian, and his voice was filled with icy coldness. Fifth Prince, I've said it before. I'm under the orders of His Majesty to invite you into the palace. Duan Lingtian continued. As for the fifth prince's threat, he didn't take it to heart. His Majesty? Did that old fellow notice something? A trace of viciousness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes as he asked in a low voice. Old fellow? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the fifth prince. Looks like the fifth prince didn't respect the emperor in the slightest, and actually called him old fellow. Take him away. Duan Lingtian turned his horse around and left the fifth prince's estate. He didn't notice that when the fifth prince was thrown onto the back of a horse by an embroidered uniform guard, he gave the white-browed old man a look. The white-browed old man nodded with a serious expression. After Duan Lingtian took the fifth prince away, the white-browed old man left the fifth prince's estate at the first possible moment and headed straight for the imperial palace. In terms of speed, it was far faster than Duan Lingtian's group that was traveling on horseback. Duan Lingtian's group brought the fifth prince into the imperial palace. When they arrived at the throne room, they noticed that besides the emperor, there were many other people present. Besides the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan and Prime Minister Gu Yuting, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate had also come. He was currently sitting at the side, obviously having been given a seat by the emperor. Duan Lingtian led Xiongquan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards into the throne room. Imperial Father. When the fifth prince saw the emperor, it was as if he had seen his savior as he knelt on the ground. This Duan Lingtian is audacious and presumptuous. He actually dared to barge into your son's estate and even killed my men. Imperial Father, you have to uphold justice for your son. It was I who asked Commander Duan to capture you. Why? Do you have any objections? The emperor's gaze was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Imperial Father, I wonder what wrong I've done? The fifth prince looked at the emperor and asked. You know very well what you've done. Don't tell me you want me to tell you personally? The emperor's face sank, and his eyes revealed a trace of gloominess. Imperial Father, you must not listen to the slanderous words of a villain. This Duan Lingtian has a personal grudge with your son. He's framing your son. The fifth prince hurriedly said. Framing? The emperor sneered. Do you really think I'm an incapable ruler? I originally suspected you as well, but after thinking about it, you're my son after all, so I convinced myself not to suspect you anymore. Who knew that the truth would be revealed today? It really was you. My good son. Imperial Father, I don't know what you're talking about. The fifth prince pretended to be confused. Just when the emperor's face sank and was about to angrily rebuke the fifth prince, soon, a calm voice sounded out from outside the throne room. In next to no time, a white-clothed middle-aged man slowly walked in. His speed seemed to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived within the audience hall. At this moment, another person followed in from behind. It was precisely the white-browed old man from the fifth prince's estate. Your Majesty, mortal emperor. For a moment, Nie Yuan and Gu Yuting looked at the person that arrived and lightly bowed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Mortal emperor? He's mortal Emperor Chu? The formidable void stage expert of the imperial family? Fourth imperial brother? The emperor saw mortal Emperor Chu arrive, and the furious expression on his face eased up slightly. Why have you come? Imperial brother, I heard you want to punish soon? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor, and a murderous intent flashed within his calm eyes. But it was still caught by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he suddenly felt that the arrival of this mortal Emperor Chu was probably not so simple. Fourth imperial brother, there's something you don't know, but this unfilial son actually dared to poison me, his father. Tell me, should such an unfilial son be killed? The emperor took a deep breath, and his tone was hurried and incomparably agitated. Unfilial son? Mortal Emperor Chu's dignified tiger brows raised as he indifferently said. Then what if he isn't your son? Fourth imperial brother, what do you mean by this? The emperor's face slightly went grim, and his fierce gaze descended onto mortal Emperor Chu. Soon tell him. Mortal Emperor Chu calmly looked at the emperor as he indifferently spoke. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Chu Suan, directly stood up and respectfully bowed to mortal Emperor Chu. Yes, imperial father. Silence. Following Chu Sun's words, the scene went deathly silent. The fifth prince addressed mortal Emperor Chu as imperial father? What the heck is going on? Chapter 228. As expected. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood. When mortal Emperor Chu appeared, Duan Lingtian discovered that the atmosphere was somewhat off. First of all, human Emperor Chu seemed to be very dissatisfied with the emperor. Secondly, the fifth prince Chu Sun, who was originally kneeling there and begging for mercy, heaved a sigh of relief when mortal Emperor Chu appeared, as if he'd seen his savior. But even then, Duan Lingtian never imagined that the fifth prince and mortal Emperor Chu were actually father and son. Didn't that mean that this fifth prince was born from the adultery of the mortal Emperor of Chu and the emperor's favorite concubine? This thing seemed to have gotten a little complicated. The emperor was so angry that his pupils constricted. He pointed his finger at Renhuang Chu and Chu Sun, and was somewhat unable to breathe. Royal brother Sun doesn't know anything about medicine. He poisoned you with a prescription that I gave him. Mortal Emperor Chu gazed at the emperor with a calm gaze, as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. All these years I've protected the imperial family, and I have no other request. I only hope that my only son can ascend the throne. But unfortunately, imperial brother, you're too greedy for power. You're already over 60 years old, yet you're still unwilling to give up your throne. His only son. Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused the emperor's face to turn ashen. This bastard was born of you and that bitch? Thinking about how he had been cuckolded for so many years, the emperor felt a sense of uneasiness in his chest. Old man, don't insult my mother. Chu Sun coldly glanced at the emperor. Since things had already come to this, he no longer hid anything. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The emperor started laughing loudly, laughing madly, and only after a long time did his laughter stop. He looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said in a cold voice, "Fourth imperial brother, you've shed all pretense of cordiality with me today for the sake of this animal. It shouldn't be as simple as just protecting his life, right?" Renhuang Chu took a deep look at the emperor. "Imperial brother, I've come here today in hopes that you can abdicate your position." Abdicate? Mortal Emperor Chu's words caused another stir. Even Duan Lingtian never imagined that this mortal Emperor Chu would be so deranged. "What if I'm not willing?" The emperor said in a deep voice, his eyes cold. "Brother, you are a smart person." Mortal Emperor Chu spoke indifferently, and within his calm tone was a sense of coercion. "What? Fourth imperial brother, are you trying to force me to abdicate?" The emperor suddenly laughed, and the coldness on his face became even more apparent, as if he was covered with a layer of frost. "So what?" Mortal Emperor Chu had a carefree expression, not putting the emperor in his eyes at all. "How dare you?" The emperor's face darkened as he shouted coldly. Just at this moment, mortal Emperor Chu ignored the emperor. He seemed to have noticed something and looked outside the throne room. At the same time, Xiong Quan, who was beside Duan Lingtian, also looked outside. Shortly after, the Divine Might Marquis Manor's old Marquis and Marquis Manor also looked outside. A handsome figure slowly walked in. He wore a silk scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand. The person who came was an elegant middle-aged man. He walked in slowly and stood behind the emperor. When the emperor saw the elegant middle-aged man, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Dean Sima, a wise man submits to circumstances. Could it be that you think you alone are sufficient to go against me?" Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the elegant middle-aged man, and his voice contained gloominess mixed within. "Dean Sima." Duan Lingtian revealed a surprised expression. The middle-aged man that appeared now was none other than his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, Sima Changfeng. Now this mortal Emperor Chu addressed Sima Changfeng as Dean. Could it be that this teacher Sima of his was that elusive dean of Paladin Academy? If it was really like this, then this dean had concealed himself too deeply. "Your Majesty, mortal Emperor, stop." Sima Changfeng looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said indifferently, "His Majesty the Emperor is the legitimate heir of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. If you want to force him to abdicate, not to mention me, even the old Marquis would probably not stand by idly." "Old Marquis?" Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the old man sitting at the side, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Not to mention the old Marquis being poisoned by the dark nether mink, and is unable to use his origin energy. Even if the old Marquis wasn't poisoned, so what? Could it be that you think the two of you joining forces is sufficient to go against me? As he spoke up to hear, Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed an arrogant expression. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor is indeed worthy of being the imperial family's rare genius in the martial Dao. The old man sitting at the side couldn't help but laugh. Old Marquis, I hope your divine might Marquis estate doesn't interfere in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame the Mortal Emperor for not showing mercy. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the old Marquis, and his tone contained no lack of threatening intent. Humph. The old Marquis hadn't spoken when the divine might Marquis, Nye Yuan, had already taken a step forward. Your Majesty Mortal Emperor, the divine might Marquis estate only respects the legitimate heir of the imperial family. If you really want to force the emperor to abdicate, then that's treason. I, Nye Yuan, will be the first to stand out and share your Majesty's burden and kill the traitor. Good. Divine might Marquis, my trust in you wasn't in vain. The emperor revealed a gratified smile when he saw the attitude of the divine might Marquis. Although I, Duan Lingtian, am untalented, I'm indebted to your Majesty's great kindness and am willing to serve your Majesty. Duan Lingtian expressed his stance as well. You're Duan Lingtian? Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You don't have the qualifications to choose. Whether I have the qualifications to choose or not isn't something for your Majesty Mortal Emperor to worry about. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, you're presumptuous. Chu Sun's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian looked at Chu Sun and said with a smile, Fifth Prince. Oh no, you're not the fifth prince anymore. You. Chu Sun's face went grim, and the killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. Duan Lingtian, you've lost for sure today. I'll capture you and send you before my cousin, and let her personally tear you into 1,000 pieces. What? Fifth Prince, you're so confident that you'll win for sure? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled indifferently. You'll know very soon. After today, I, Chu Sun, will become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chu Sun's gaze became fervent, as if he'd seen the scene of himself ruling over the world. Wishful thinking. The emperor sneered. Imperial brother, whether it's wishful thinking or not, you'll know very soon. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze swept past everyone present, and in the end, it descended onto Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, you have great talent and strategy, so I'll give you two choices. 1. Accompany this old fellow to die. 2. Serve my son and assist my son in governing the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Gu Yuting saw Mortal Emperor Chu look over, he knew that he had to make a choice. Now, he could notice that the emperor's gaze was looking at him as well. For a moment, he was in a difficult position. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, numerous black figures flashed in from outside the throne room and descended behind Mortal Emperor Chu. There was a total of 8 people, and all of them were old men. They wore black clothes and had cold and indifferent gazes. It was precisely Mortal Emperor Chu's specter guards. Your Majesty, we've already dealt with those stubborn half-step void stage revered elders. One of the specter guards reported to Mortal Emperor Chu. Prime Minister Gu, what's your choice? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at Gu Yuting and asked once more, and his tone contained slight impatience. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Gu Yuting didn't hesitate any longer when he saw the arrival of the specter guards. He spoke to the Emperor, and in the next moment, his entire body flashed towards Mortal Emperor Chu. But, even though his speed was fast, someone was even faster than him. Bang! Sima Changfeng behind the Emperor raised his hand, and an origin energy palm print that carried along a trace of terrifying aura instantly descended onto Gu Yuting, killing Gu Yuting. Sima Changfeng. Mortal Emperor Chu's face sank, and his white robe and long hair fluttered without wind, as he was enraged to the limit. Whoosh! Sima Changfeng moved, flashing directly towards Mortal Emperor Chu with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above Sima Changfeng, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form with a vast impetus, second level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised. as he never imagined that this teacher Sima's strength would be so strong. Humph. Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed disdain when faced with Sima Chongfeng flashing over. His body lightly trembled, and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Third level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. As expected of the publicly acknowledged strongest void prying stage martial artist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, this Duan Renhuang was actually a third-level void prying stage expert. Dean Sima, this old fellow will assist you. The old man that had always been sitting there made a move as well, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the void prying stage. Father, be careful. Nie Yuan's figure flashed out to join the battle, and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Obviously, Nie Yuan had already broken through to the first level of the void prying stage. For a time the throne room shook. The movements of the four great void prying stage experts fighting were so swift that it caused one's eyes to be dazzled, and they were utterly unable to see clearly. At least, Duan Lingtian didn't see clearly in the slightest. However, the only thing he was able to discern was that even though it was 3 against 1, Mortal Emperor Chu still occupied the upper hand. Senior Marquis. Looks like your dark nether minx poison has been cured. Nie Yuan, I truly never imagined that you've stepped into the void prying stage as well. Mortal Emperor Chu's voice contained slight astonishment mixed within. In next to no time, the feather fan in Sima Chongfeng's hand flashed out, revealing the strength of a grade 7 spirit weapon. The Divine Might Marquis and his son each withdrew a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. So what if it's a spirit weapon? 3 void prying stage martial artists, and only 2 have comprehended force. I'll let all of you experience advanced force. A dark blue 3-foot-long blade appeared in Mortal Emperor Chu's hand. Whoosh! Everywhere the 3-foot-long blade passed, the attacks of Sima Chongfeng's group of 3 were directly disintegrated as easily as crushing dry weeds. A single sword strike shocked the world. Advanced sword force. The senior Marquis exclaimed in surprise, then shouted out explosively. Retreat! Instantly, the 3 of them hurriedly flashed back to avoid Mortal Emperor Chu's sword strike, as they didn't dare fight it head-on. Spectre guards, listen to my orders. Capture Duan Lingtian alive, and kill everyone else. Meanwhile, Chu Sun gave the order. Chapter 229. 8 Spectre guards were 8 half-step void stage experts. Now they pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. A light cold snort sounded out, and a strand of azure sword light appeared gracefully. Whoosh! Only a strand of sword light flashed past, and the 8 spectre guards that charged over died before they could even start a slaughter. In the sky, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Besides Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered uniform guards behind him, the gazes of everyone else descended onto Xiong Quan, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had a void prying stage expert by his side, and it was even a second-level void prying stage expert. 3 second-level void prying stage experts, 1 first-level void prying stage expert. Very good, all of you can come at me together. Mortal Emperor Chu laughed heartily, and his words were filled with overbearingness. I alone am enough to kill you. Xiong Quan's voice contained a sense of calmness mixed within, and he walked out in large strides, arriving nearby Mortal Emperor Chu in the blink of an eye. Just by relying on you. A second-level void prying stage martial artist? Mortal Emperor Chu sneered, and the dark blue grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to stab towards Xiong Quan, giving rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls. Relying on the grade 7 spirit sword, the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Mortal Emperor Chu instantly increased to around 5,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This wasn't the end. Along with a strand of mysterious and profound aura appearing on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him once again increased by around 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Mortal Emperor Chu attacked with his full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop around 5,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. His strength was shocking. Besides a spirit weapon, there's an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly came to a sudden understanding. He knew that the additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths that mortal Emperor Chu had now was the extra strength from half-step advanced force. Force was an existence that only existences at the void prying stage and above could come into contact with. Force was divided into 3 levels: elementary force, half-step advanced force, and advanced force. Amongst them, elementary comprehension force was able to increase the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to provide an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for minute subtlety whoosh, Xiongquan also moved. His sword whistled out. Facing mortal Emperor Chu, who attacked with his full strength and displayed half-step advanced sword force, he was fearless. Through the amplification of the Grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiongquan had instantly increased to nearly 3,900 weng. Right at this moment, a strand of an aura that was even more mysterious and powerful than the aura of mortal Chu's sword leaped out from the 3-foot-long blade in Xiongquan's hand. Instantly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiongquan once again increased by an entire 2,000. When he attacked with his full strength, he erupted with the strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths. Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu was originally full of confidence, but when he noticed the terrifying aura on Xiongquan's sword and saw the almost 5,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out above Xiongquan, his face went ghastly pale. At this moment, the figures of Xiongquan and mortal Emperor Chu passed by each other. A stream of blood splattered into the air. Xiongquan was motionless like a mountain and wasn't injured in the slightest. Mortal Emperor Chu's chest was penetrated, and the Grade 7 spirit sword in his hand was even blasted flying. Bang! Mortal Emperor Chu's body crashed onto the ground. The strength of almost 5,900 ancient mammoths that Xiongquan exerted completely crushed mortal Emperor Chu's strength of around 5,600 ancient mammoths. Ew! How is this possible? Advanced sword force? Mortal Emperor Chu struggled as he stared at Xiongquan with a face full of disbelief, unwilling to believe that everything that happened earlier was real. He felt that even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his half-step advanced sword force could already be considered to be extremely rare amongst martial artists below the 4th level of the void prying stage. But the person before him was only at the 2nd level of the void prying stage, and had comprehended true advanced sword force. Half-step advanced force only increased the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. However, advanced force was instead able to increase the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mortal Emperor Chu died with a heart filled with unwillingness and regret. Imperial Father. Chu Sun cried out in grief. His pupils stared wide open, and his body lightly trembled, unwilling to believe that all this was real. At this moment he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. The path before his eyes was dim without light. Within the throne room, only Chu Sun's sorrowful cries remained. Besides Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the remaining people all descended onto Xiongquan. After a long time, May I ask if mortal Emperor Chu's sword force is still advanced sword force? Sima Chongfeng looked at Xiongquan, and was rather fearful of this expert that was able to kill mortal Emperor Chu with a single sword strike. Of course not. Xiongquan calmly glanced at Sima Chongfeng and slowly said, his sword force is only at the half-step advanced stage. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between half-step advanced stage and advanced stage, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sword force I executed earlier is the true advanced sword force. Sima Chongfeng nodded and came to a sudden understanding. The difference was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. A difference of an entire 1,500 ancient mammoths. This is the strength of the void stage. Although in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this wasn't a big deal, Duan Lingtian was still slightly excited in his heart, and traces of yearning were emitted from his eyes. Imperial Father. Chu Sun was currently lying on mortal Emperor Chu's body with a dim expression. Duan Lingtian walked over in large strides, and he didn't pay attention to Chu Sun, who retreated in fear. He directly put away the Grade 7 spirit weapon and spatial ring on mortal Emperor Chu. Then he went to put away the spatial rings of the 8 specter guards. After putting away all the spoils of the battle into the spatial rings, Duan Lingtian laughed slyly, then looked at Sima Chongfeng and the Emperor. Teacher Sima, Your Majesty, these spoils of the battle belong to me. You don't mind, right? Kid, you've already put them away. Is there any use in us saying we mind? Sima Chongfeng shook his head and said angrily. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. These spoils of the battle belong to the expert by your side, so they ought to belong to you. The emperor recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered with a bright light that never left Xiong Quan's side. Humph! Only when Xiong Quan coldly snorted and coldly swept a glance at the emperor did the emperor withdraw his gaze somewhat embarrassedly. Commander Duan, I truly envy you for having such an expert as your follower. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Your Majesty is too kind. I wonder how I should deal with these two people? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the dejected Chu Suan and the ghastly pale white-browed old man. Whoosh! Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the emperor moved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Sun and the white-browed old man were personally killed by the emperor. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He never imagined that the emperor was actually in existence at the half-step void stage. When he saw the emperor return to the throne, Duan Lingtian's gaze shone as it descended onto Chu Suan and the white-browed old man's spatial rings. Your Majesty, there, just take it. The emperor shook his head. Commander Duan, are you very short of money? After Duan Lingtian put away Chu Suan and the white-browed old man's spatial rings, he nodded. That's right, very short of money. The emperor nodded, and his eyes flickered as he slowly said, Commander Duan, today's matter is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, perhaps I, the emperor, wouldn't exist. I'll bestow you with 10 million gold, how about it? 10 million gold? Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried. 10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. You little fellow, you're really a miser. The old man from the Divine Might Marquis estate shook his head and smiled, and his gaze occasionally flashed past Xiong Quan. He was extremely surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a formidable existence by his side. Although Nie Yuan didn't say anything, he was similarly shocked. Alas, suddenly, the emperor let out a long sigh. Through today's matter, I've finally realized that it's time to abdicate. Senior Marquis Dean Sima, Divine Might Marquis, who do you think I should let inherit the imperial family and become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Your Majesty, it's better for you to decide this yourself, Sima Chongfeng hurriedly said. Dean Sima is right. If Your Majesty really doesn't know who to pass the throne to, you can carry out a test for the princes, and the one that passes will inherit the imperial family. The senior marquis slowly said. No matter who inherits the imperial family, Nie Yuan will surely sacrifice his life for it. Nie Yuan expressed his stance. Divine Might Marquis, I haven't congratulated you for successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Alas, I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. After I abdicate this time, I should properly study the martial Tao. After today's matter, the emperor seemed to have suddenly been enlightened and was able to see things through. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group bid their farewells and left. Teacher Sima, I really never imagined that you were actually the Dean of Paladin Academy. After leaving the throne room, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Chongfeng with a face full of emotion. As far as he was concerned, Sima Chongfeng ought to be the fourth void stage expert hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan, he'd only broken through recently. I never imagined that you had such an expert by your side. Today, if it wasn't for him, even if the senior Marquis, Divine Might Marquis, and I joined forces, it would still be difficult to subdue mortal Emperor Chu. Sima Chongfeng glanced at Xiong Quan, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and sighed with emotion. Little Tian, this is? Nie Yuan glanced at Xiong Quan as he asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Xiong Quan spoke first. I'm the young master's servant. Servant? Nie Yuan was dumbstruck when they heard Xiong Quan, Sima Chongfeng was dumbstruck, and the nearby senior marquis was dumbstruck as well. This second-level void prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force and was capable of defeating a third-level void prying stage expert actually called himself Duan Lingtian's servant? Has this world gone mad? Even the group of embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although they'd witnessed how terrifying Xiong Quan was at the fifth prince's estate, and knew that Xiong Quan addressed Duan Lingtian as young master, But they never imagined that Xiong Quan was Duan Lingtian's servant. Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose when he saw the expressions of the group of people. Chapter 230. No matter what, with the death of mortal Emperor Chu, the imperial family finally recovered its calm. As for the rest of the matter, it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The matter this time was too shocking, so the emperor sealed off the news and didn't allow the news to spread. The imperial city was still peaceful since returning from the imperial palace that day. Duan Lingtian had returned the 12 members of the embroidered uniform guard, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed Duan Lingtian for such a long time, and Duan Lingtian had taught them everything he could. It could be considered that he'd fulfilled his promise to the Divine Might Marquis that day. Half a month later, the emperor once again summoned Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the large stack of gold bills before him, his eyes shone. Every single one of these gold bills was of a denomination of 10,000 gold, a total of 10 million gold. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian put away all the gold bills, then looked at the emperor. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Commander Duan, I heard the Divine Might Marquis say that you returned the 12 members of your embroidered uniform guard to him? You?" The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a curious expression, as he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do this. "Your Majesty, actually, when I asked you to set up the embroidered uniform guard for me that day, I only wanted to play around. Now I've played enough, so I ask Your Majesty to disband this organization. Besides that, the antidote medicinal pill I gave Your Majesty that day was actually reserved. I'm still confident in directly curing Your Majesty's poison." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he passed a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to the emperor. After the emperor consumed it and dissolved the medicinal strength, he noticed that the poison in his body was completely cured, and his face couldn't help but emit a shocked expression. The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Commander Duan, looks like you really did reserve some of your strength to me in the past." Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. "Why don't you continue to reserve some of your strength now?" the emperor asked curiously. "Your Majesty, there's no meaning in me continuing to hold back now. I'm preparing to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom soon." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, his eyes revealing traces of expectation. "Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" The emperor was shocked, but soon recovered and nodded. With Commander Duan's natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is indeed a waste of talent. However, I will preserve the Embroidered Uniform Guard organization. When Commander Duan is tired outside, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will always welcome you back. At that time, no matter who the emperor is, you'll still be the one and only commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Embroidered Uniform Guard. This is my promise to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. Also, before you leave, if you have any needs you can tell us. We will satisfy your requests, the emperor added. Duan Lingtian thanked him again. Right. The emperor suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze became slightly dubious. Commander Duan, I wonder what you think of my daughter Bai Yao? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao is beautiful and moving, like a celestial maiden that has fallen into the mortal world. She's one of the few beauties I've seen. Then if I betroth Princess Bai Yao to you, will you agree? The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the emperor would be so direct. Your Majesty, you don't know, but I already have 2 fiancés at home. As for Princess Bai Yao, I don't have that kind of feeling towards her for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends. I understand. The emperor nodded. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, a beautiful figure arrived at the throne room and looked at the emperor. Imperial father, what did he say? The emperor sighed. Bai Yao, he said he doesn't have that kind of feeling towards you for now, and it's more like a friendship between friends. Did he really say that? The beautiful figure lightly trembled, and her voice that was like a silver bell had a trace of bitterness mixed within. After Duan Lingtian left the imperial palace, he went to buy 5 Fergana horses. At noon that day, Duan Lingtian, Li Ro, Li Fei Ke, and Xiongquan each rode a Fergana horse and left the imperial city, heading directly towards Swallow Mountain County. This time, Duanlingtian intended to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know when he would be able to return. So Duanlingtian intended to return to Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan to take a look, and it could be considered as returning home in glory. After that, he'd accompany Li Fei to visit her grandfather at the Aurora City's Li clan. An ordinary horse would require half a year to complete the journey, but a Fergana horse only required 2 months. 2 months later, Duanlingtian's group walked on the public road outside Aurora City, but they didn't enter Aurora City. Instead, they continued forward and headed towards the Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan. They wouldn't be able to stay in the Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan for long, at most for 1 night. It was the same for returning to the Aurora City's Li clan tomorrow. This was also the first time that Li Fei was returning to Fresh Breeze Town with Duanlingtian. Li Fei's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning towards the place where Duanlingtian grew up. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same Fresh Breeze Town as before. Duanlingtian's group of 5 spurred their horses as they walked into Fresh Breeze Town, and everywhere they passed, they attracted the gazes of everyone. After all, 5 Fergana horses were too shocking. 5 Fergana horses were equivalent to 50,000 gold and 5 million silver. This amount of money wasn't much in the eyes of the current Duanlingtian, but to the people of Fresh Breeze Town, it was an astronomical figure. Who are they? The group of Fresh Breeze Town residents were surprised. That looks like Duanlingtian. In next to no time, someone recognized Duanlingtian. Although 3 years had passed and the childishness on Duanlingtian's face had completely faded away, Duanlingtian's appearance hadn't changed much. It's really Duanlingtian. I didn't expect him to come back again. Yeah, the last time he came back, he annihilated the Fong family. This time he wouldn't be thinking of annihilating the Chen family and letting the Li clan dominate the city, right? It's possible. The Li clan is really lucky to have produced such an outstanding disciple like Duanlingtian, and even went to the Aurora City's Li clan. For a moment, the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents discussed animatedly. However, they didn't connect the Duanlingtian with the other Duanlingtian that had recently been the talk of the town. After all, in their opinion, it was already not bad that Duanlingtian could go to Aurora City. They never thought that the Duanlingtian from the Imperial City would be the same person as the Duanlingtian from Fresh Breeze Town. Hearing the words of the group of Fresh Breeze Town residents, the corners of Duanlingtian's mouth twitched. Annihilate the Chun family? In the eyes of these people, was he such a violent person? Kerr and Li Fei, who were riding beside Duanlingtian, had long since covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Let's go home. Duanlingtian urged his horse forward and directly went to the Li clan's mansion. When the members of the Li clan found out that Duanlingtian had returned, they all came out to welcome him. Below the patriarch Li Nanfeng, all the elders in the Li clan's mansion had all come out to welcome him. Patriarch elders. Duanlingtian greeted the patriarch and the Li clan elders. It's good that you're back. Come in quickly. Li Nanfeng and the others welcomed Duanlingtian and the others in. Following the return of Duanlingtian, the entire Li clan's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, bustling as if it was the new year. Fifth elder, where's Li Xian? After catching up with each other, Duanlingtian still hadn't seen the little fatty, Li Xian, and felt that it was somewhat strange. Logically speaking, if the little fatty knew that he had returned, he should have run over at the first possible moment. Fifth elder Li Ting smiled. Li Xian went to the Aurora City's Li clan 2 years ago. What? You didn't come back from there? Duanlingtian shook his head. No, we didn't. We came back from the Imperial City and directly returned to Fresh Breeze Town. We plan to go to Aurora City tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow? Li Ting was slightly surprised. Yes. Duanlingtian nodded and lightly smiled. Now that you mention it, I came back this time to bid farewell to the patriarch and elders. Bid farewell. For a moment, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were slightly puzzled. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duanlingtian explained. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duanlingtian's words caused the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the group of Li clan elders to be shocked. The little fellow that only started to display natural talent 3 years ago was now about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the even vaster stage of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian, your current cultivation. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with slight hesitation. Third level of the Origin Core stage. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and slowly said. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Li clan were dumbstruck and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Li Nanfeng was slightly speechless. Then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the same person as the Duan Lingtian that's been giving rise to much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh! A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and all the higher-ups of the Li clan were once again stunned. A direct descendant of the Duan clan. The number 1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. The embroidered uniform guard's commander. It was actually the youth that came from their Fresh Breeze Town's Li clan? They felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. In that case, your father is that Duan Ruffing. Li Nanfeng sighed. No wonder I never heard your mother mention your father. So it turns out that your father was once a peerless genius like you, whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, you're even more abnormal than your father at that time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, here's 10 million silver. It's a small token of my appreciation to the clan. Li Nanfeng didn't accept it. Duan Lingtian, if you're going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you'll surely have to join one of those large sects. The competition between large sects will surely be intense, so you should keep this money to buy medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Exactly. Yeah, you can keep it for yourself. Currently, most of the businesses in Fresh Breeze Town are in the hands of our Li clan. We don't lack money. The other elders persuaded him one after another. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly helpless and could only keep the money. He could feel that the group of people before him really wanted the best for him, and it caused a trace of warmth to arise within his heart. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in his own courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. His mother, Li Ro, stayed in her own room. Duan Lingtian brought Ker and Li Fei to stay in Ker's room. Chapter 231. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian hugged the 2 girls and fell into a deep sleep. Hua! A sound entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy shook, and he instantly woke up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the entire courtyard was ablaze with flames. Who's there? At this time, Duan Lingtian heard Xiongquan shout, followed by the sound of someone breaking through the door. Ker and Li Fei also woke up when they heard the sound. The 3 of them put on their clothes and walked out of the room. They discovered that Li Ro had also come out. Tiana, are you all okay? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Xiongquan seems to have chased after them. Let's go out too. Although the entire courtyard was on fire, with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the other 3, they were still able to easily pass through the surrounding flames. Soon Xiongquan returned. In his hand he was carrying a person. It was a young man. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man. Li Xian. Li Xian, the son of the former 7th elder, Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. When he left Fresh Breeze Town that year, he didn't plan to find trouble with this Li Xian again. Now this Li Xian was still stubborn and wanted to find trouble with him. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't burn to death. When Li Xian saw that Duan Lingtian and the others were safe and sound, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. At this time the sound of disorderly footsteps could be heard. It was the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the other elders rushing over. Many of the Li family members also rushed over, carrying buckets of water in their hands. They rushed over to help Duan Lingtian extinguish the fire in the courtyard. Unfortunately, the fire had already burned to a certain extent and couldn't be extinguished. In the end, the entire courtyard was turned into ashes. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, killing intent flickering in his eyes. This courtyard contained far too many memories. Now it was all gone. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, are you angry? I just want to make you angry. You're the one who ruined my brother. My father must have died because of you. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge them. Li Xian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Li Xian, you're courting death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Li Xian. Tunner, leave this matter to the family head. Li Rou said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the other elders were also present. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. The family head will give you an explanation. Li Nanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. With Duan Lingtian's current status, the fact that he could still visit them meant that Duan Lingtian still considered himself a member of the Li family. Now Duan Lingtian had only returned to stay for one night, and Li Xian had actually set fire to it. This had crossed his bottom line. That's right, Duan Lingtian. We will give you an explanation. The Li family elders also expressed their stance. They looked at Li Xian with murderous eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in the courtyard that Patriarch Li Nanfeng had arranged for them. As for Li Xian's matter, he believed that the Patriarch would be able to handle it properly, so he didn't think too much about it. The next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. He woke up the two girls and walked around the Li family's mansion. He didn't know when he would return after leaving this time. I heard that Li Xian was executed by the Patriarch. He deserved it. He bumped into the muzzle of a gun. That's right. Duan Lingtian is the pride of our Li family. That Li Xian actually dared to provoke him. He's simply courting death. Hearing the Li family's discussion, Duan Lingtian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the Patriarch and the elders would give him such a straightforward explanation. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of Fresh Breeze Town. After watching Duan Lingtian leave, they turned around and returned. Riding on a Fergana horse, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at Aurora City in less than 2 hours. They directly returned to the Li family's mansion. Li Rou and Kerr returned to the courtyard they used to live in. Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan and Li Fei to her home. Not long after arriving at Li Fei's courtyard, Duan Lingtian saw Patriarch Li Ao bring a group of elders over. Duan Lingtian. Li Ao had a face full of smiles when he saw Duan Lingtian again. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's accomplishments, but at the same time he was also gratified. After all, Duan Lingtian came from their Li family. Now that they knew that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in their Li family, the few large families in the nearby cities all intentionally befriended the Li family. Moreover, the Li family also obtained many benefits from this. As far as he was concerned, all of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Ao before greeting the other elders, although he didn't know most of these elders. Scoundrel, something happened to grandfather. Just at this moment, Li Fei's anxious voice sounded, and it carried a trace of sobbing. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly serious as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei passed a letter in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened it and read, Fei, if you come back and see this letter that grandfather left behind, grandfather should already be gone. Actually, I've long wanted to help teacher do something. But because of your existence, grandfather couldn't make up his mind. Now that you have Lingtian to take care of you, grandfather can be at ease. I want to go to a place to find the person that once bet his life with teacher on equipment refinement and caused teacher to die tragically. I'll make him bet his life with me on equipment refinement and take revenge for teacher. This is the only thing I can do for teacher. That year, if it wasn't for teacher saving me, I would have died long ago. If you see this letter, don't be sad. Grandfather's death was worth it. After reading the letter, Duan Lingtian's expression was incomparably gloomy. What's wrong? Li Ao also felt that something was wrong and asked. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before passing the letter in his hand to Li Ao. After Li Ao read it, his expression changed greatly. Elder Lida left a year ago. At that time, he only said that he was going on a long trip. I didn't expect. A year ago, Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he looked at Li Fei with slight worry. Scoundrel! Li Fei threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace and started crying bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly patted Li Fei's back, and his eyes went cold as he looked at Li Ao and asked, Patriarch, do you know where Elder Li De went? Li Ao shook his head. I don't know. I even didn't know that Elder Li De had a teacher. But, betting his life with equipment refinement is a clue. After all, this sort of thing doesn't happen often. So long as we spend some time, we should be able to find out. I'll send someone to investigate right now. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian nodded gratefully. Li Ao brought along the group of Li clan elders and left in a hurry. Orders were passed down one after another. The Li clan attached great importance to this matter. In the eyes of the Li clan higher-ups, although Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname, he was the pride of the Li clan. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's current status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if they only wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, they would spare no effort to help Duan Lingtian. Little Fei, don't worry. Maybe Grandpa won? Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Grandpa has already left for a year. If he won, he would have returned long ago. Li Fei cried as she spoke. Maybe Grandpa won and is in a good mood, so he went around for a stroll. Don't worry until you're sure, okay? Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's expression finally eased up. Scoundrel, if Grandpa loses, you must help me take revenge for Grandpa. Li Fei's beautiful eyes squinted as killing intent flickered within. Don't worry. A trace of killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as well, and he fiercely nodded. Li Fei's grandpa was his grandpa as well. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei back to his own courtyard. When Li Ro and Ke heard about Li Fei's grandpa, they also started to comfort Li Fei. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to the three girls before leaving the Li family estate with Xiong Quan. He directly went to the trade market and found Tang Ying, the person in charge of the ghastly shadow assassin organization in Aurora City. Kid, you're finally back. Tang Ying was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian, but he quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. What's wrong? With your current status, what could still trouble you? Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be known by everyone within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Ying, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. Speak. Tang Ying nodded. Duan Lingtian told him about Li De's matter. I want you to use the Ghastly Shadows Intelligence Network to help me check if there's any place where a Grade 8 weapons craftsman gambled his life by forging weapons in the past year. No problem. Tang Ying agreed. Thank you. After Duan Lingtian left the medicine store, he went to the Lin family estate and found Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian, you're now famous throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian once again, his gaze was extremely complicated. The youth of the past had now grown to such an extent, leaving him in the dust. Lin Qi, I came to find you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian stated his intentions. He came to find Lin Qi this time because he hoped to be able to ask the Violet Tulip Trading Company for information through Lin Qi. After Lin Qi heard the ins and outs of the matter, his expression became serious. This is naturally not a problem. I'll go find the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Aurora City right now. I believe that with your current status and identity, my uncle and aunt will be very happy to help you. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't in the Imperial City now, so besides the Li clan, the only forces he could use were the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company. However, Duan Lingtian believed that with the involvement of the Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company, there ought to be a result soon. After leaving the Lin family estate, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the Li family estate. Then he saw an acquaintance. Lian. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Li clan, this Lian was once in existence that was second only to Li Qing in the younger generation of the Li clan. Later on, he had even set his sights on Ke. Chapter 232. Duan Lingtian. When Lian saw Duan Lingtian, he was slightly embarrassed. With Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, even if he had some little thoughts, he didn't dare to play any tricks in front of Duan Lingtian. The slightest carelessness might cause him to fall into a bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. He didn't have any friendship with Lian, and instead had some conflicts. However, He couldn't be bothered to fuss about it and directly went home. Lian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian leave. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would look for him to settle old scores, but now it seemed that he was too petty. When Duan Lingtian returned home, he noticed a fat figure sitting there chatting with his mother. Li Xian. Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard and spoke with slight hesitation. Li Xian should be about the same age now. Haha, boss. The fatty turned around. Compared to the past, the immaturity on his chubby face had vanished without a trace. However, his small eyes were still so wretched. Li Xian, you've grown up. Duan Lingtian looked at the fatty and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he replaced his mother, Li Ro, and started chatting with the fatty. Boss, you're so awesome now. When I say you're my boss in the Li clan, no one dares to offend me. Li Xian said arrogantly, and his chubby face was filled with complacency. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You little fatty, when did you learn how to intimidate others? Boss, you fought for such a great reputation outside. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? Li Xian said in all seriousness. Can you be any more shameless? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. As expected, this damned fatty was still as wretched as before. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he'd returned to the days when he was in the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. He still remembered. At that time, the son of the second elder was played by Li Xian to the point that he ran away whenever he saw Duan Lingtian. Boss, tell me about what happened in the Imperial City. Li Xian was clearly very interested in the Duan Lingtian's experience in the Imperial City. Along with Duan Lingtian's narration, his small eyes flickered with bright lights. Boss, why don't you take me to the Imperial City this time? At that time, with you protecting me, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? At this point, Li Xian's face was filled with yearning. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you wish. Once I'm done here, I won't be able to stay in the Imperial City for long. Noticing Li Xian's bewildered expression, Duan Lingtian continued. I'm going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Xian's chubby face fell. Then I can only continue to stay in Aurora City. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Li clan and waited for news. Finally, a month later, Lin Qi brought back good news. Duan Lingtian, I found it. When Lin Qi arrived, he was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had rushed over as soon as he obtained the news. You found it? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. Duan Lingtian, according to the information obtained by the Violet Tulip Trading Company, a year ago, a grade 8 weapons craftsman in the county city had a life and death bet with another person. In the end, the grade 8 spirit weapon that the former refined was of a higher quality than the opponent, and the opponent lost his life because of this. Lin Qi finished speaking in a single breath. At that time, this matter gave rise to much discussion in the county city, and my aunt knew as well. This time, when she found out that you were investigating this matter, she immediately sent someone to ride a Fergana horse to Aurora City to notify me. Do you know the origins of that weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian's face sank and a trace of cold light flashed within his eyes as he asked. It seems to be someone from the county city's Chu family. Lin Qi continued. Chu family. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he smiled gratefully at Lin Qi. Lin Qi, thank you. Don't mention it, we're all friends. Lin Qi shook his head and then said, Duan Lingtian, my aunt said that if you need any help, you can go look for her when you arrive at the county city. Don't worry, if I really need it, I won't be courteous. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lin Qi left, Li Fei came out of the room and was slightly excited. Scoundrel, there's news? Yes, there's news. But I'm not sure if it's grandfather, so I'm preparing to make a trip to the county city to confirm it myself. Duan Lingtian nodded, and as he finished speaking, his gaze went slightly cold. If it's really grandfather, then that grade 8 weapons craftsman from the Chu family is dead for sure. I'll go with you, Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, because he knew that he couldn't refuse, nor did he have a reason to refuse. The person who was most concerned about this matter was undoubtedly Li Fei. Yes, I'll tell Kerr and Mother that we'll bring Xiongquan along and set out immediately. Duan Lingtian went to inform Kerr and Li Ro. Then he left with Li Fei and Xiongquan. The 3 Fergana horses transformed into a gust of wind as they left Aurora City. With the Fergana horses as their mounts, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 spent 7 days to arrive at the Swallow Mountain County's county city. The county city was larger than Aurora City, but was inferior to the imperial city. After entering the county city, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Duan Lingtian found an inn, and the 3 of them stayed there for the time being. After that, they found a restaurant nearby to have a meal. Li Fei didn't wear a veil, and everywhere she passed, she attracted many burning gazes. However, although these people were envious, they didn't dare act rashly. They were able to discern that the violet-clothed young man walking with this young woman had an extraordinary bearing, and was obviously not an ordinary person. Also, the middle-aged man following behind them was obviously not simple. "Customer, what would you like to eat?" Before long, an attendant arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and asked respectfully. Slap. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a silver ingot. "I want to ask you about some things. If you agree, then this is yours." The attendant's eyes shone when he heard this. He could get so much silver just by moving his mouth? Just this silver ingot was equivalent to 1 month of his salary. "Customer, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask." The attendant gave a flattering smile. "I'm not interested to know anything else, I just want to ask you. 1 year ago, did the Chu family have an 8th grade weapons craftsman that had a conflict with an 8th grade weapons craftsman from outside the family? Even to the extent that they competed in weapons refinement and conducted a life and death bet." Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he asked, "Customer, I was wondering what you wanted to ask, so it turned out that you wanted to ask about this. I know this." The attendant instantly started laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. "The 8th grade weapons craftsman from the Chu family you spoke of is the Chu family's 2nd elder. Now that I speak of it, this Chu family's 2nd elder is a renowned 8th grade weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County's county city, and he's even able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. 19% amplification? That's a top-grade grade 8 spirit weapon. Supposedly many years ago, he once had a life and death bet with another grade 8 weapons craftsman in weapons refinement. At that time, he was only able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, but he still won against his opponent. Supposedly, that grade 8 weapons craftsman that overestimated his ability 1 year ago was the disciple of that grade 8 weapons craftsman from many years ago. This master and disciple pair fell to the same person, and they can be considered to be unlucky." As he finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but sigh. When Li Fei heard what the attendant said, her beautiful eyes turned slightly red. Now, she could practically confirm that the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's 2nd elder was her grandfather, Li Da. "Do you know what the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life and death bet with the Chu family's 2nd elder a year ago was like?" Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he further confirmed, "Customer, it's a coincidence. At that time, I just happened to be resting, and a friend of mine who's a servant of the Chu family brought me in to witness the life and death bet with my own 2 eyes. That grade 8 weapons craftsman was an old man around the age of 70, and above the old man's left eyebrow was a crescent-shaped scar." The attendant spoke slowly, word by word. Unfortunately, even though he was able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an 18% amplification, he still lost. "Grandfather." Li Fei's heart trembled, and she raised her head as if wanting to stop the tears that were about to flow out. "This silver is yours. Give us a few of your signature dishes." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Now, he could completely confirm that the old man was Li Da. "All right." The attendant received the silver and left in high spirits. As far as he was concerned, exchanging a few words for a silver ingot was a huge gain. "Scoundrel!" Li Fei's eyes were filled with tears, and she was slightly agitated. "Little Fei, we've been on the road for an entire day. When the food is served, eat your fill. After you're full, we'll go to the Zhu family estate and make that Chu family's 2nd elder pay with his life. Doesn't he like to bet his life with weapons? Then I'll accompany him to play." As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes went cold. "Okay." Li Fei lightly nodded, seeming to be obedient and cute. "Young master, it's only a county city's clan. Just say the word and I'll go annihilate it right now." Xiong Quan's eyes squinted as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Xiong Quan, if you just let some people die, it would be letting them off too easily. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right at this moment, two figures walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him followed an old man. The young man's face was slightly pale, and his footsteps were light. It was obvious that he had overindulged himself. In next to no time, the young man's gaze descended onto the table where Duan Lingtian was at, and onto Li Fei. So beautiful! The young man's breathing became hurried, and he walked over in a few steps. When he looked at Li Fei, his eyes revealed a burning gaze. Young miss, how should I address you? From the beginning until the end, he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan at the side. K off. Li Fei was already in a bad mood, and now that she was annoyed by such a detestable fellow, her face sank as she coldly shouted, "Oh, you're quite fierce. This young master likes it." The young man didn't get angry, and instead became even more interested. "Young miss, how about we be friends? I told you to K off, didn't you hear me?" Duan Lingtian's face sank, and from the beginning until the end, he didn't even glance at the young man. Chapter 233. Third Young Master Zhu? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line when he heard the young man. "You're a member of the Chu family?" "Exactly. This young master's father is the Chu family's second master, and the Chu family's patriarch is my uncle. How about it, kid? Scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and K off." Zhu Zhao raised his nose and raised his chin, looking down at Duan Lingtian with an arrogant and complacent expression. But he didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, like the smile of a hunter when he saw his prey. "I'll give you one more chance, K off." Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold as he stared straight at Zhu Zhao, and his tone contained a trace of pressure. "You know this young master's identity, yet you dare ask this young master to K off?" Zhu Zhao was stunned. Then he revealed a savage expression as he extended his hand to grab Duan Lingtian. "Since you won't K off, then let this young master help you." When Zhu Zhao attacked, the strength of 10 ancient mammoths appeared in the air above him. 7th level of the core formation stage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian sneered as he casually swung his arm. He only used the strength of 12 ancient mammoths to easily block Zhu Zhao's attack and slap Zhu Zhao to the ground. Ah! Zhu Zhao's overly indulgent body crashed onto the ground as he emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries. "Uncle Ji, I want him dead!" Zhu Zhao roared with a savage expression as he looked at the old man behind him. The old man's eyes went cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he took a step forward. "Young man, there are some people you can't afford to offend. If you do, then you must pay the price." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he extended his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian, intending to grab Duan Lingtian from his seat. Above the old man, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He was obviously a 7th-level nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian sneered and ignored the old man. Instead, he looked at the servant in the distance and said, "Hey, why hasn't the food been served yet? Hurry up, we still have work to do after dinner." The surrounding customers were speechless. This purple-clothed youth actually completely ignored the old man beside the Zhu family's third young master. Just when they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble, Xiong Quan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, made his move. He moved closer to the old man and casually slammed his palm onto the old man. The old man, who was charging at Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner, was sent flying. He crashed hard into the wall and fainted. Above Xiong Quan's head, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed past, and no one could clearly see exactly how many there were. So strong. This middle-aged man is at least in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. No wonder this violet-clothed young man was so composed. So it turns out that he had such an expert by his side that blasted a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist flying with a single strike. Even an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist is unable to accomplish such a feat. He's definitely in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Customer, the food is here. Meanwhile, the attendant brought steaming hot food to Duan Lingtian's table. The attendant was slightly terrified, as he never imagined that this generous young man would actually be so terrifying. He even dared to hit the Chu family's third young master. Zhu Zhao half lay on the ground as he struggled to stand up, but the soreness that came from his body caused him to be unable to stand up. When he noticed the burning gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, shame arose within his heart. When had he ever been so humiliated? For a moment, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had a trace of coldness mixed within. Kid, you're dead. Don't you find it tiring to speak ruthlessly while lying down? Duan Lingtian calmly glanced at Zhu Zhao, then didn't pay any further attention to him. He picked up some food for Li Fei, who was beside him, and said with a light smile, "Little Fei, come, eat more." Okay. Li Fei lightly nodded, then looked at Duan Lingtian's pair of beautiful eyes that were tender like water. In this lifetime, she had no regrets to be able to obtain the protection of this man. Xiongquan, sit down and eat as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan. Yes, young master. Xiongquan respectfully replied and sat down. When Zhu Zhao saw this scene, he was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he glanced at the old man that had fainted by the wall, he had the desire to faint as well. If any of you go to the Chu family and help this young master send a message, then this 1,000 silver is his. Zhu Zhao gritted his teeth, then withdrew the 1,000 silver from his pocket and looked at the crowd of customers in the restaurant. Many customers revealed burning gazes when they heard this, but when they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they dispelled the thought of helping Zhu Zhao. What a joke! There was an existence that was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage by this violet-clothed young man's side. If they helped Zhu Zhao and the violet-clothed young man became unhappy, then they would surely be unable to bear the consequences. So, although they coveted the 1,000 silver in Zhu Zhao's hand, not a single one of them dared make a move. Although money was good, it wasn't as important as their lives. All of you. A group of cowards. Zhu Zhao's face was gloomy, and even his breathing became hurried. If you continue making noise, then you'll end up like him. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Zhu Zhao with his gaze, then extended his hand to point at the old man that had fainted by the wall. Zhu Zhao instantly shut his mouth when he heard this, but his eyes still emitted dense hatred, as he thought about how he would take revenge on Duan Lingtian after returning to the Chu family. Although no one dared to take Zhu Zhao's money, but as some customers finished eating and left, the matter of the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao, kicking an iron plate still quickly spread out. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just finished eating and were preparing to leave when Duan Lingtian heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the restaurant. There were a total of 4 people that arrived menacingly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he glanced at Zhu Zhao. Xiongquan, capture this fellow. Yes, young master. Xiongquan extended his hand and lifted Zhu Zhao up when he heard this. You! What do you want to do? Zhu Zhao was terrified to the point his face went pale when he was lifted up by Xiongquan. He'd witnessed the strength of this middle-aged man earlier, and the middle-aged man was suspected to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Wanting to kill him was as simple as stepping on an ant. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer as 4 middle-aged men charged into the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the lead wore blue clothes, and his face was covered in a layer of murderous rage. Father, save me! Zhu Zhao seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw the blue-clothed middle-aged man, and he hurriedly shouted out. The blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath. His gaze flashed past the old man that fainted at the corner, and after a trace of fear flashed within his eyes, he then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, I'm the second master of the Chu family, Zhu Qi. If my son has offended you in any way, please forgive me. He was clearly aware of the strength of the old man that followed by his son's side. Being able to knock the old man unconscious, the strength of the middle-aged man beside the violet-clothed young man could be imagined. 9th level of the origin core stage. Even if placed in their Chu family, the middle-aged man would still be ranked. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th level origin core stage martial artist, because he himself was a 9th level origin core stage martial artist. The other 3 people that followed him over were all existences at the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. If they really fought, he had the confidence to kill them. But the person he was truly afraid of now was the violet-clothed young man. As far as he was concerned, the violet-clothed young man's identity shouldn't be simple since he had a 9th level origin core stage follower by his side. So, although he was furious, he still chose to endure in the end and chose to retreat. "Father, what are you doing? I want him dead. I want him dead." Zhu Zhao's face went grim when he heard Zhu Qi, and his expression was savage as he roared, "Bastard!" Zhu Qi's face sank, and he took a step forward with the intention of giving Zhu Zhao a slap. But Xiongquan casually raised his hand and moved Zhu Zhao away. Zhu Qi frowned, but his son was in Xiongquan's hands, so he didn't dare flare up. He looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian. "Little brother, after I bring my son back to the Chu family, I'll surely discipline him properly. Now, I hope little brother can let go of my son." Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Zhu Qi, then asked indifferently, "I heard that your Chu family's second elder is a grade 8 weapons craftsman?" "Yes." Zhu Qi nodded. "If little brother wants to find the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, then I can help introduce you to him as an apology. How about it? You've concealed it well." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhu Qi, as if he could see through Zhu Qi's heart. "Now, you should be thinking that since I have such a follower by my side, my background shouldn't be simple. Is that so?" Zhu Qi had an embarrassed expression, as he never expected that Duan Lingtian would see through him. "All right, I'll keep your son. As long as you call out your Chu family's second elder, I'll return your son to you." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Zhu Qi's pupils constricted as he discerned that the violet-clothed young man before him had ill intentions. "Little brother, may I know why you're looking for our Chu family's second elder? It shouldn't be as simple as asking the second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, right?" "Grade 8 spirit weapon." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of raging flames ignited on his hand. "Do you think I need him to refine a spirit weapon for me?" The flame in Duan Lingtian's hand ignited, and as expected it caused a stir in the restaurant. "Oh my god, it's a grade 8 weapon flame. This violet-clothed young man looks to be not even 20 years old, but he's already a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A grade 8 weapons craftsman not even 20 years old. What natural talent is this?" The expressions of the customers in the restaurant all went pale, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people seemed to have thought of something, and their pupils abruptly constricted. A grade 8 weapon flame can only be condensed by an origin core martial artist. In other words, this young man is an origin core martial artist. An origin core martial artist not even 20 years old? A grade 8 weapons craftsman? The expressions of Zhu Qi and the 3 middle-aged men he brought went pale. The violet-clothed young man before them was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. "Little brother, may I ask who exactly are you?" Zhu Qi took a deep breath, and he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. Not even 20 years old origin core stage. Grade 8 weapons craftsman. Chapter 234. Instantly, Duan Lingtian became the absolute center of attention in the restaurant. As far as everyone was concerned, an origin core martial artist that wasn't even 20 years old. Such natural talent seemed to only be inferior to the Imperial City's embroidered uniform guards commander, Duan Lingtian, amongst the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But a grade 8 weapons craftsman that wasn't even 20 years old was an unprecedented existence. At least, in the long history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, such a monstrous existence had never appeared. Zhu Zhao was dumbstruck as well. He never imagined that a fellow he casually offended would actually be such an abnormal existence. Although he was profligate, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was an extremely tough one. Who I am isn't important. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Just call out your Chu family's second elder. Right, remember to tell him that I've come to look for him this time only for a life wager. I heard that he's once won 2 life wagers by weapons refinement. I presume he ought to not refuse my challenge. Life wager by weapons refinement? Zhu Qi's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, although I don't know who you are, since you're able to break through to the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I presume your background isn't simple. But I still have to advise you. A life wager isn't a joke. Our Chu family's second elder can be said to be second to none amongst the grade 8 weapons craftsmen in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Out of 10 grade 8 spirit weapons that he refines, at least 8 of them are top-grade spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 19%. As he spoke up to hear, Zhu Qi looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make Duan Lingtian back off in the face of difficulties. If it was an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman, he wouldn't waste so much breath. But Duan Lingtian's background was obviously not simple, and he didn't want the Chu family to offend a power that was suspected to be exceedingly powerful for no reason just because of a life wager by weapons refinement. Presently, even the group of customers in the restaurant felt that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. This young man is too arrogant. That's right. Even though he became an 8th grade blacksmith at such a young age, but in terms of experience, how could he compare to the second elder of the Chu family? Exactly. The second elder of the Chu family once gambled his life on refining weapons twice and never lost. You're truly young and frivolous. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. None of the guests present were optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you heard it too. If you really bet your life with our Chu family's second elder, you'll definitely lose. So let's just forget about it. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent, Zhu Qi further persuaded. Duan Lingtian calmly swept a glance at Zhu Qi, slowly asking, "Where is the largest trading market in your Swallow Mountain County?" Even though he didn't know why Duan Lingtian asked this, Zhu Qi still said, "It's in the central district of the county." Duan Lingtian nodded. After putting down the money for the meal, he held Li Fei's hand and glanced at Xiong Quan. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the trading market in the central district." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and walked out the door. Xiong Quan also carried Zhu Zhao and followed. "Little brother, my son." Zhu Qi's expression slightly changed, and he was somewhat anxious. "As long as I see your Chu family's second elder, as long as he agrees to bet his life on refining weapons with me, I'll return your son to you without a single injury." Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, causing Zhu Qi's expression to darken. "Second master, what do we do now?" A middle-aged man behind Zhu Qi said with slight fear. "Return to the clan." Zhu Qi took a deep breath and left the restaurant. The group of guests in the restaurant also paid their bills and left, heading towards the trading market in the central district of the city. They knew that there would be a show to watch very soon. Zhu Clan Estate, Audience Hall. From the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, all the higher-ups of the Zhu clan were gathered together. "Patriarch, why did you call us over in such a hurry? Has something happened?" A Zhu clan elder noticed that Zhu Rong's expression was slightly unsightly, and he couldn't help but ask. The other elders all looked at Zhu Rong as well. Zhu Rong's face sank, and he glanced at Zhu Qi who stood at the side. "Second brother, you speak?" For a moment, the gazes of all the Zhu clan elders descended onto Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi took a deep breath and spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the restaurant. Then he added in the end, "According to what that young man said, if second elder isn't willing to agree to his request, then he won't let my son go." As soon as Zhu Qi finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Not even 20 years old, origin core martial artist? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Second master, do you know his background? The Zhu clan's grand elder, an old man over 70 years old, had his gaze descend onto Zhu Qi as he asked in a low voice. "Grand elder, it's precisely because I don't know his background that I have some misgivings." Zhu Qi laughed bitterly. "Second elder, what do you think of this matter?" Patriarch Zhu Rong looked at the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, who sat below the grand elder and asked. Zhu Liang had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "He's only a young and ignorant kid that relies on his natural talent to be arrogant. However, since he's able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at such an age and even become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, his background ought to not be simple." The Zhu clan higher-ups present deeply agreed with Zhu Liang's words. "I think so as well. But he said that if I want to save my son, Then there's no other way. Zhu Qi nodded, and as he finished speaking, he had a bitter smile on his face. He's only an ignorant kid. Otherwise, second elder would have agreed to his life wager agreement. A Zhu clan elder that seemed to have a fiery temper spoke directly. Agreeing to his life wager agreement is easy. Winning his life wager agreement is easy as well. Zhu Liang's muddy eyes flickered with a trace of a bright light, and he stretched out his hand to lightly tap the table. But we still don't know his background now. If we win against him and he dies, then we'll surely offend the power behind him. The Zhu clan higher-ups went silent, as this was precisely the most troublesome matter. Second elder, how about this? You agree to his life wager agreement, and at most when you win, display your bearing and allow him to not have to carry out the wager agreement. In this way, not only can you save Zhu Zhao, you can also avoid offending him. Zhu Rong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This method is feasible. I think it's possible as well. Instantly, the group of Zhu clan elders agreed. The gazes of everyone descended onto the second elder, Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he nodded. That's good as well. I'll win against him and not allow him to carry out the wager agreement, and I'll be able to obtain a good reputation as well. Swallow Mountain County's county city. Today was undoubtedly a bustling day. Today, a mysterious young man below the age of 20 had arrived at the county city. Supposedly, this young man had just arrived at the county city when he beat up the Chu family's third young master, Zhu Zhao. Not only that, when the Chu family's second master brought people over to look for trouble, the mysterious young man even displayed his cultivation and natural talent as a weapons craftsman. An origin core martial artist below the age of 20, a grade 8 weapons craftsman. After that, this young man even announced that he wanted to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, using weapons craftsmanship as a wager. Moreover, he chose to carry out this life wager at the most bustling trade market at the center of the city. For a time, the entire county city was stirred. The trade market at the center of the city was already filled with people, and now it was even more difficult to move a single-step county governor's estate. A dignified middle-aged man sat within the pergola in the front courtyard as he leisurely savored fragrant tea. Suddenly, "County Governor, something big has happened." A servant ran before the dignified middle-aged man in panic. "What's so flustered?" The dignified middle-aged man was precisely the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, and his brows raised as he asked in a low voice, "County Governor, a young man came to our county city and wants to carry out a life wager with the Chu family's second elder." Under the servant's detailed narration, Pei Yuan knew the sequence of events, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled. An origin core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Pei Yuan abruptly stood up, and his eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Come, follow me to join in the fun. Alchemist Guild. Ever since he became a grade 7 alchemist 3 years ago and left Aurora City, Suemo returned to the county city's Alchemist Guild and even became the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild. What? An origin core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman? Suemo was slightly surprised when he heard the rumors that gave rise to much discussion outside. Could it be that there's an existence within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that can compare to that little freak? Suemo muttered to himself. He would never forget that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago. That year, it was precisely because of that youth that he was able to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist and leave the godforsaken Aurora City to return to the bustling county city later on. Even though he was in the county city, he heard many rumors about that youth from all those years ago. Paladin Academy's #1 genius. Duan Clan's direct descendant disciple. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Now, that little fellow from all those years ago had already been publicly acknowledged as the peerless genius with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I'll go join in the fun as well. I want to see exactly who's so monstrous that he's almost comparable to that little fellow, Duan Lingtian. The corners of Sumo's mouth held a smile as he directly left the Alchemist Guild. The trade market at the center of the city. A luxurious building with a special symbol hanging outside. The symbol of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. At the highest point of the building was a pavilion. Presently, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman was sitting in the pavilion as she gazed from afar at an empty area of the trade market. A violet-clothed youth and a beautiful woman stood there. Behind the two of them was a middle-aged man who carried a young man with a pale complexion as if he was catching a chick. I never imagined that he would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he arrived. Chapter 235. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of Li Fei's emotions. Don't worry, I'll surely take revenge for grandfather. Duan Lingtian gave Li Fei a reassuring gaze. I believe you. Li Fei lightly nodded. She trusted this man unconditionally. Her grandfather was dead, and in this world, this man was her greatest reliance. In the future, she would only live for this man. They're here. Suddenly, as if he'd noticed something, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he gazed into the distance. The dense crowd seemed to have discussed it beforehand and opened up a path. It's the Chu family's second elder. The Chu family's second master has come as well. There's also the Chu family's patriarch, grand elder and third elder. My God, practically all the higher-ups of the Chu family have come out. The crowd surged and was extremely clamorous. On the path that the crowd opened up, a group of people walked over in a formidable array. Amongst these people, Duan Lingtian only recognized Zhu Qi, the Chu family's second master. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and the Chu family's group stood in confrontation at an empty area. When facing a group of origin core stage and nascent soul stage existences, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and his gaze was calm as if he was looking at a group of ordinary people. While Duan Lingtian was sizing up the Chu family's group, the Chu family's members were sizing up Duan Lingtian as well. Their first thought was astonishment. Such a young man that was absolutely not more than 20 years old had actually obtained such shocking accomplishments, and it was truly shocking. The Chu family's second master, Zhu Qi, took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, "Little brother, my Chu family's second elder has arrived. Now, can you let my son go?" Which one is the Chu family's second elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept over the group of people behind Zhu Qi. I am the second elder of the Chu family, Zhu Liang. An old man behind Zhu Qi took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Qi. The gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian contained a trace of disdain. Little fellow, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let people off whenever possible? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhu Liang's words. Right when Zhu Liang frowned, Duan Lingtian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his cold gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Zhu clan's second elder. I won't waste my breath with you. Now let's make a life wager agreement, and the victor will be decided in a single round. Whoever refines a grade 8 spirit weapon of lower quality will die. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Humph. Zhu Liang's voice was cold as ice. Why wouldn't I dare? Now I'll agree to your life wager agreement. If he didn't dare, he wouldn't have appeared here now. Duan Lingtian nodded. Good, straightforward enough. Xiongquan, let him go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiongquan threw Zhu Zhao, who was in his hand, directly towards Zhu Qi as if he was throwing trash. Zhu Qi glared angrily at Xiongquan as he stretched out his hand to catch his son. Father. Zhu Zhao had an ashamed expression. Zhu Qi grunted coldly. Stand at the back, I'll deal with you when we get back. At this moment, the surrounding crowd quieted down, and everyone stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man and the green-clothed old man. They held their breaths. They knew that the most exciting moment was about to arrive. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a calm tone mixed with a sense of superiority. You're a junior, so it's up to you to make requests. What weapon do you want to refine? Zhu Liang's current tone was like a senior lecturing a junior. The crowd surged. As expected of the Chu family's second elder, the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. His bearing is extraordinary. Of course, although this young man's talent in weapons refinement can be said to be monstrous, in terms of experience, he surely can't compare to the Chu family's second elder. He's simply courting death by making a life wager with the Chu family's second elder. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this weapon's refinement genius is probably going to die here. No one in the surrounding crowd was optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. A wisp of worry appeared on Li Fei's face, and the hand that grabbed Duan Lingtian tightened a bit. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly pinched Li Fei's palm, and after letting go of her hand, he took a step forward and looked at Zhu Liang. I don't mind, then I'll refine a sword. Sword? A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhu Liang's mouth. In his lifetime, the thing he refined the most was swords. If it was refining a spirit sword, then he had at least a 90% certainty that he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword with a 19% amplification. Then let's begin. Zhu Liang's eyes focused as he raised his hand and withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring before starting to refine the grade 8 spirit sword. Zhu Liang's technique was extremely complicated, yet extremely skilled, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in amazement. The Chu family's second elder's technique is too swift. This is a true weapons craftsman. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd looked at Duan Lingtian, but they quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't have the slightest intention of starting weapon refinement. Could it be that he's giving up just like this? Isn't this courting death? Shay. Many people were speechless. Time flew by and 2 hours quickly passed. The pile of materials on the weapon flame in Zhu Liang's hand had now completely fused together to form a sword base. According to this speed, he would surely be able to complete the refinement of the grade 8 spirit sword within an hour. Now Duan Lingtian still didn't make any movements. In a nearby restaurant, in 2 rooms that were adjacent to the place of the life wager, 2 pairs of eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this young man has given up? In one of the rooms, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, frowned and had an astonished expression. In the other room, the corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile when he saw this scene. This little fellow looks to be extremely confident. I really never imagined that besides being an alchemist, he's also a weapons craftsman. When Sumo had just arrived at this room, he'd noticed that the young man that planned to carry out the life wager with the Chu family's second elder was actually the youth from before, Duan Lingtian. After he found out about this fact, his heart was filled with shock. But in next to no time he came to an understanding. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a little freak, and it wasn't strange for any miracles to occur on Duan Lingtian. I wonder how this Chu family's second elder offended this little freak. I want to see how he'll deal with this. The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a smile, as he had extremely great confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, was able to refine a spirit weapon that provided a 19% amplification. But when he thought of the medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian had refined that day that had a purity of over 90%, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew that since Duan Lingtian dared to make the life wager with the Chu family's second elder in such a flamboyant manner, then he surely had confidence. Duan Lingtian wasn't a rash person. In the luxurious building directly opposite the restaurant, in the pavilion. Why do you think he hasn't started crafting weapons yet? The middle-aged man with an imposing appearance lightly smiled as he asked the beautiful woman by his side, and his voice was filled with gentleness like water. The beautiful woman's clear eyes that were like water condensed strands of complicated flowing lights that converged onto the violet-clothed young man. Perhaps he wouldn't need so much time to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon. Don't forget, he's Duan Lingtian. Yeah, he's Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man lightly nodded, and his tone contained slight emotion mixed within. 3 years ago, when you mentioned him to me, I was slightly disapproving. It was even to the extent that after he refused your good intentions, I felt that he didn't know what was good for him. Who would have thought? The beautiful woman continued. Who would have thought that in a short 3 years, his name would spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom? Now it would seem that not only our Violet Tulip Trading Company, even the Crimson Sky Kingdom can't tolerate him. Then let us witness him creating a miracle once more. The middle-aged man lightly smiled as he nodded, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. The group of people from the Chu family couldn't help but reveal disdain when they saw Duan Lingtian not moving for a long time. He actually hasn't started crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon. Could it be that he's prepared to admit defeat? An elder from the Chu family sneered. He probably won't. The Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, shook his head. Since the life wager this time was initiated by him, it's impossible for him to admit defeat. I keep having the feeling that it's slightly inappropriate for us to rashly ask the second elder to agree to the wager this time. As he finished speaking, Zhu Rong frowned. For some unknown reason, as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance who had a carefree and unhurried expression, he suddenly felt slightly uncertain in his heart. Patriarch, could it be that you think he can defeat the second elder? Another Chu family elder shook his head with a face full of disbelief. Don't worry, uncle, the second elder is the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. In the Swallow Mountain County, I've never heard of a grade 8 weapons craftsman capable of crafting a grade 8 spirit weapon with a 19% amplification. Zhu Zhao had recovered now, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely gloomy and cold. This time I want to see how he dies. Zhu Qi glanced at his son and said indifferently, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The clan has already made a decision. Even if this young man loses to the second elder might not take his life. Why? Zhu Zhao was stunned, and he had a face full of unwillingness. Zhu Rong added, Zhao, this young man's background ought to be extraordinary. For the sake of not bringing unnecessary trouble to the clan, we can only do this. Zhu Zhao's face sank. Uncle, what if he doesn't have any background? Chapter 236. OM. The sword embryo in the hands of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, had already started to condense into the outline of a sword. Another half an hour had passed since he finished refining the sword embryo. Just when the surrounding crowd thought that Duan Lingtian intended to give up, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Hiss! The grade 8 weapon flame burned in Duan Lingtian's hands, causing the gazes of many people to abruptly light up. Although they'd heard that Duan Lingtian was a grade 8 weapons craftsman before this, when they really saw Duan Lingtian condense a grade 8 weapon flame, their hearts still trembled. Condensing a grade 8 weapon flame before the age of 20? Simply monstrous. This young man is about to start refining as well. In next to no time, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all moved onto Duan Lingtian. When they saw the technique Duan Lingtian displayed when he started refining, the surrounding crowd had dumbfounded expressions. Isn't this too fast? I can't even see his movements clearly. I originally thought that the speed of the Chu family's second elder was already fast, but I never imagined that this young man's speed would be even faster. The proficiency of this young man's technique even surpasses the Chu family's second elder. However, being fast doesn't mean that one will be able to refine a high-quality spirit weapon. As the saying goes, slow work produces fine work. The speed at which Duan Lingtian refined a grade 8 spirit sword could be said to be as swift as lightning. The profound refining technique was at his fingertips, and his speed far surpassed that of the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang. After 20 minutes, all the materials in Duan Lingtian's hands fused together to form a sword embryo. Oh my god, the steps that the Chu family's second elder took 2 hours to complete, he only took 20 minutes. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Can the spirit weapon he refined at such a fast speed really compare to the spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder? It might be a little difficult. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the sword embryo floating above the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. Another 10 minutes passed. The sword was complete. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang stopped at almost the same time. A sword appeared in each of their hands. An 8th grade spirit sword. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was jade green in color. These equipment refinement materials were bought by Duan Lingtian for the sake of refining the embroidered spring saber that day, and after he finished refining the embroidered spring saber, there was quite a bit left and they were put to use now. The grade 8 spirit sword in Zhu Liang's hand was emerald green in color, and when it was held in Zhu Liang's hand, it complemented his green clothes extremely well. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had also finished refining an 8th grade spirit sword, Zhu Liang was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that with Duan Lingtian's age, if he wanted to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, he would need at least 3 to 4 hours, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be able to keep up with him. After Zhu Liang started refining earlier, he'd completely immersed himself in it, and he was completely unaware of what happened in the outside world during the period of time he was refining. In next to no time, the discussions that entered his ears caused his face to go grim. Half an hour. Zhu Liang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian had only spent half an hour to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, whereas he'd spent 3 hours. Duan Lingtian had only started refining half an hour ago. This caused him to suffer a great blow. If he was given half an hour, he wouldn't be able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon even if he was beaten to death, but an hour wasn't a problem. But the grade 8 spirit weapon refined in an hour was a defective product that was difficult to enter the Hall of Elegance. No wonder you're so arrogant, so it turns out that you know such a miraculous method of weapon refinement. But do you really think that the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I spent 3 hours to meticulously refine? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. He was extremely satisfied with the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, as it was able to amplify his strength by 19%, and it had completely displayed his ability. Wouldn't we know if it's comparable to the grade 8 spirit sword you refined after we try it? Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner. Then I'll wait and see. But before that, I still want to ask you, why did you want to bet your life with me on weapon refinement? Zhu Liang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he probed Duan Lingtian. Before the results were out, he had to investigate Duan Lingtian's identity. If Duan Lingtian's background wasn't simple, then even if he won, he could only pretend to be magnanimous and spare Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't have any background, then he would surely make Duan Lingtian die a graveless death. There was a price to pay for provoking him. Do you really want to know? Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Liang's gaze and naturally guessed his intentions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Zhu Liang nodded. All right, then I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhu Liang's eyes to light up. Even the group of Chu family members concentrated their attention on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang and asked indifferently, "You ought to remember the old man that challenged you on weapon refinement a year ago, right?" "He is my grandfather." Zhu Liang was stunned. Then he started laughing. "The old man from a year ago? So that old man who overestimated himself and challenged me on weapon refinement was your grandfather?" Zhu Liang's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. If that was the case, then the young man before him shouldn't have any background, and was only born with a strong innate talent. He knew a little about the background of the old man from a year ago. He was only an elder of a small family in a small city. He was nothing to the Chu family. The eyes of the group of Chu family members also brightened. "Zhao the second elder can avenge you now," said the second elder. The patriarch of the Chu family, Zhu Rong, looked at Zhu Zhao with a smile on his face. Zhu Zhao was pleasantly surprised. I knew it, he definitely didn't have any background. As expected, the old man who came to throw away his life a year ago was his grandfather. This time, I'll let the two of them accompany each other on the road to the netherworld. Soon Zhu Zhao's gaze fell on Li Fei, who was in the distance. As far as he was concerned, once this violet-clothed young man died, wouldn't it be easy for him to obtain this beauty that was like a celestial? For a moment, Zhu Zhao's gaze revealed a trace of lust. Duan Lingtian noticed Zhu Zhao's gaze at the first possible moment, and his face slightly sank as killing intent filled his eyes. This Zhu Zhao actually dared to use such a gaze to blaspheme his little Fei. As far as he was concerned, Zhu Zhao was already a dead man. "Kid, looks like you're definitely going to die today." Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he'd already won, and in his heart, he really did think he'd won. Although Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement technique was miraculous, as far as he was concerned, how could a spirit weapon refined in half an hour compare to a spirit weapon he refined in 3 hours? Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this violet-clothed young man was only the grandson of his defeated opponent, and wasn't worth much. "Second Elder Zhu, sometimes don't speak so early." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as if he didn't take Zhu Liang's words to heart in the slightest. "What? Could it be that you think the grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the grade 8 spirit sword I refined? Let me tell you, This grade 8 spirit sword I refined is able to provide an amplification of 19%. Zhu Liang sneered as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with contempt, and he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and even condensed his origin energy to spread it out into the distance. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were stirred. 19%? Looks like the Chu family's second elder has completely displayed his ability this time. This young man's luck is really bad. A grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 19%. In Swallow Mountain County, besides the Chu family's second elder, I've never heard of another grade 8 weapons craftsman being able to refine such a spirit weapon. What a pity, such a monstrous young man is bound to lose his life here today. When the discussions of the crowd entered into Zhu Liang's ears, it caused him to feel incomparably pleased. The group of people from the Chu family revealed smiles on their faces as well. As far as they were concerned, this violet-clothed young man who didn't know his limits was bound to lose. He was dead. Within the restaurant's room. A grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour? The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, shook his head, as he didn't look favorably upon this violet-clothed young man. In the room next door, Sumo's brows slightly frowned. Why didn't this little fellow refine seriously? Is a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour even presentable? Even if Sumo had confidence in Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but be slightly shaken now. After all, to be able to forge an 8th grade spiritual weapon in half an hour was truly an inconceivable matter. The quality of a spirit weapon refined in such a short period of time might not be good. However, when he noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was calm from the beginning until the end, he calmed down in his heart. Perhaps this kid will give me another pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I can only wake up that Chu family and let them know of this kid's identity. Suemo believed. So long as Duan Lingtian's identity was exposed, even if the Chu family was given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian. At the very least, they wouldn't dare touch Duan Lingtian in broad daylight. In the pavilion of the luxurious building. The outcome will be revealed very soon. The beautiful woman lightly smiled, seeming to be filled with confidence towards the violet-clothed young man in the distance. Is it really possible for a grade 8 spirit sword refined in half an hour to surpass the grade 8 spirit sword refined by Zhu Liang that provides an amplification of 19%? The nearby middle-aged man was slightly hesitant. If you want to know if it's possible, you'll know very soon. The beautiful woman continued. You're right. The middle-aged man lightly nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Second Elder Zhu, how should we test the grade 8 spirit swords we've refined? Zhu Liang grunted coldly. Let's test it ourselves. Of course, if we doubt each other's judgment, we can find someone else to test it. Now that there are so many people in the surroundings, are you still afraid that no one will test it? Alright, then let's test it ourselves first. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't have any objections before casually tossing the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand towards Zhu Liang. Chapter 237. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang exchange the grade 8 spirit swords they each refined, although there were many spectators, all of them had concentrated their attention and were unable to take their eyes off them. They knew. The outcome of today's life wager was about to be revealed. Duan Lingtian's origin energy fused into the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, and instantly, the strength of numerous ancient mammoths flashed above him. Not bad, an amplification of 19%. Duan Lingtian nodded to Zhu Liang with a calm gaze. He had to admit in his heart that this Zhu Liang did indeed have some ability. However, he could only blame Zhu Liang for being unlucky. After all, his weapon refinement ability and experience all came from the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and even in the entire Cloud Continent he was a top existence. This Zhu Liang compared to him was more than 100,000 li apart. However, he still held back when refining the weapon this time. As far as he was concerned, it was enough to steadily defeat Zhu Liang. There was no need to show off too much. Zhu Liang, who was just thinking of testing the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Lingtian refined, couldn't help but jerk in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian's composed expression. Could it be that this kid really has the confidence to defeat me? No, impossible. Zhu Liang ceaselessly consoled himself in his heart, then took a deep breath and started testing the sword. Zhu Liang was a first-level nascent soul-stage martial artist, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he was able to exert the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Now he utilized the Grade 8 spirit sword Duanling Tian refined. Whoosh! For a time, the strength of 240 ancient mammoths appeared above him. 20%? No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhu Liang's face finally went pale, and his eyes stared wide open as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. How could this be possible? The Grade 8 spirit weapon he refined that provided an amplification of 19% could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst Grade 8 spirit weapons, whereas this Grade 8 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 20% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst top-grade spirit weapons. A spirit weapon like this was refined by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old? He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that this was true. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the Chu family group completely froze. How could this be possible? That young man is able to refine a Grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? The pupils of the Chu family's grand elder constricted and his face went pale. Presently, the Chu Zhan Zhu Qi and the other Chu family elders were completely dumbstruck, and didn't dare believe that all this was true. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Zhu Chu to Linghan Lingtian's, Chu Lingtian's Lingtian's, a Grade 8 spirit sword that can amplify strength by 20%? The eyes of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, squinted and he had a face full of disbelief. A Grade 8 spirit sword refined within half an hour was able to provide an amplification of 20%? Who the heck was this violet-clothed young man? It was simply unbelievable. In the adjacent room, Su Mo instead laughed heartily. This kid really didn't disappoint me. Refining a Grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20% in half an hour. Such natural talent in weapons refinement is simply heaven-defying. It wasn't only Pei Yuan and Su Mo. Even the husband and wife in the pavilion, although they were filled with confidence towards Duanling Tian since the beginning, when they saw this scene with their own two eyes, they couldn't help but be slightly moved. Second Elder Zhu, what do you think now? Duanling Tian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Li Fei stood at the back with an excited expression. Her man had taken revenge for her grandfather. A trace of warmth rose in her heart. However, Zhu Liang seemed as if he didn't hear what Duanling Tian said, and he ceaselessly shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Obviously, he still hadn't recovered from this enormous blow. The surrounding crowd of spectators had recovered from their shock now, and without exception, all of them had faces full of astonishment. F***K. A Grade 8 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 20%? This violet-clothed young man is simply a freak. Not just a freak, he's simply a freak amongst freaks, a super freak. Looks like the title of number 1 Grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Swallow Mountain County will belong to him in the future. It's truly unbelievable. He's really not even 20. Of course, look at his appearance. He's obviously a young man that has just shed his childishness. Everyone was shocked. The scene before them was completely different from the scene they'd expected. This violet-clothed young man had actually won against the Chu family's second elder in a life bet of weapons refinement. Moreover, he'd used half an hour to refine a Grade 8 spirit sword to win against the Chu family's second elder. It was simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the Chu family's second elder, Zhu Liang, slowly recovered from his shock. However, his face was mixed with a trace of terror. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, Zhu Liang's heart trembled. Then he took the Grade 8 spirit sword that Duanling Tian refined, turned around and flashed out to gather with the Chu family. This scene was slightly unexpected to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's face sank, and his eyes emitted a cold killing intent. Second Elder Zhu, are you trying to go back on your word? For a moment, the surrounding crowd emitted waves of boos. The dignified second elder of the Chu family was actually trying to go back on his word? Willing to bet but unwilling to admit defeat? Zhu Liang's expression was extremely unsightly, but he felt guilty and didn't dare to reply. Meanwhile, the Chu family's patriarch, Zhu Rong, stood out and looked at Duanling Tian. Young man, I have to say that your skill in weapons refinement is admirable. But the second elder is extremely important to our Chu family, and our Chu family can't do without him no matter what. So, for this life bet, my Chu family is willing to use something else to exchange for the second elder's life. Something else? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. I'm sorry, but I really don't lack anything else. The reason I came to have a life bet with your Chu family's second elder was precisely to take his life. Then forgive me for being unable to comply. Zhu Rong's face sank. Zhu Liang. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Are you sure you want to drag the entire Chu family down with you for the sake of your own life? I'll give you a chance, take your own life right now, or else I'll annihilate your Chu family. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with endless coldness. Want to go back on your word in front of him? Was that possible? Shameless boasting. The Chu family's second master, Zhu Qi, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of disdain. Kid, my big brother gave you something else as compensation because he thinks highly of you. However, since you're so arrogant, then there's nothing left. If you still want to keep your life, then scram now. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a cold light, and the rage in his heart burned to the limit. He was rarely so angry, but today he was completely enraged. Pei Yuan, who was in the restaurant's private room, frowned. He was slightly displeased with the Chu family's second elder going back on his word. However, he didn't know this violet-clothed young man, so he didn't plan on standing up for him. Suemo, who was in the room next door, had a gloomy expression. He directly jumped out of the window and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. He wanted to let the Chu family know of Duan Lingtian's identity. As far as he was concerned, this Chu family member actually dared to go back on his word in front of the dignified embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. He was simply courting death. In the pavilion. Look, the Chu family is planning to use their power to bully others. The beautiful woman's gaze had an extra trace of coldness. Let's go over. The middle-aged man brought the beautiful woman down from the pavilion and walked towards Duan Lingtian's location. The surrounding crowd of onlookers had never stopped booing. The Chu family is too shameless. Yeah, when this young man's grandfather gambled with Zhu Liang won and directly took his life. Now that it's his turn, he's going back on his word. Too shameless. I've decided that in the future, I won't go to the Chu family's businesses to spend money, even if it's just a copper coin. Me too, even if I have to throw my money into the gutter. I won't let the Chu family earn it. A man is a man of his word. The Chu family has really gone too far this time. The Chu family's current actions had aroused public indignation. The Chu family members, from the patriarch to Zhu Rong, all had extremely unsightly expressions. Kid, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to disappear from our sight. Otherwise, not only you, even the other 2 people beside you will die without a doubt. Zhu Rong's eyes were cold as he looked towards Duan Lingtian and threatened. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhu Rong's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Good. What a Chu family. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as cold as ice, and his voice was filled with a gloomy coldness as if it came from the depths of hell. Xiong Quan. Other than Zhu Liang, don't leave a single person alive. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a towering killing intent as he spoke in a cold voice. At this moment it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a devil god, a bloodthirsty devil god. While everyone was still in a daze, yes, young master. Xiong Quan made his move. Only a few people on the scene were able to catch Xiong Quan's movements. Whoosh! 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 The continuous sound of swords whistling in the air seemed to be heard at the same time, causing the surrounding crowd to tremble in fear. When everyone finally regained their senses, they discovered, apart from the second elder Zhu Liang, who was trembling on the spot with a ghastly pale face, everyone from the Chu family was lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. At this moment, a figure that was as fast as a ghost returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Drops of blood dripped from the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. It looked as though they had transformed into red roses that were dazzling and resplendent. Silence. At this moment the scene was deathly silent. The group of people from the Chu family that were lying on the ground included a few nascent soul stage existences. Besides Zhu Zhao, the remaining people were all existences at the 9th level of the origin core stage. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Chapter 238. Sumo's body stiffened as he stared blankly at the scene before him, and he was completely dumbstruck. Amongst the group of people from the Chu family that had fallen, the grand elder of the Chu family was in existence at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. However, just like the others, he didn't even have the chance to react before falling down. Dead to the point he couldn't be any more dead. His gaze flickered with a complicated sheen as he looked at the violet-clothed young man who stood there with a carefree expression, and his heart trembled. Looks like I was worried for nothing. There's actually such a terrifying expert by this little fellow's side. The couple that rushed over at practically the same time as Suemo froze on the spot as well. Yen, that person by Duan Lingtian's side. Traces of shock appeared on the graceful and luxurious beautiful woman's beautiful face that had always been carefree. I'm far inferior to him. The middle-aged man by the beautiful woman's side had a complicated gaze as he sighed. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes squinted when she heard this, and she completely lost her composure. She was extremely clear about her husband's strength. He was in existence at the half-step void stage. She could imagine that a person that even her husband felt inferior to was surely a first-rate existence at the void prying stage without a doubt. Void prying stage. In the restaurant's room, the pupils of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor constricted, and the teacup in his hand transformed into a pile of fragments that scattered down because he used too much strength. However, he seemed to not notice it in the slightest. Who the heck is this violet-clothed young man? Pei Yuan's heart trembled and he left his seat. No matter who the young man was, the appearance of a void-prying stage expert was already worthy of him. The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, personally making an appearance. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards the Chu family's second elder Zhu Liang. Every step he took seemed to transform into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Zhu Liang's chest, causing Zhu Liang's face to flush slightly. Deep despair arose within Zhu Liang's heart as he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. Never had he imagined that the follower by the side of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react, the young man had already killed the entire group of people from the Chu family. Amongst them was no lack of existences that were even stronger than him. Why did you kill them? Zhu Liang's voice trembled slightly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Why kill them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhu Liang calmly. Didn't I give you a chance just now? So even if they died, they were dragged down by you. Zhu Liang shuddered. It was only then that he remembered the purple-robed young man's words. Are you sure you want to drag down the entire Chu family for your own life? I'll give you a chance to kill yourself right now. Otherwise, I'll annihilate your Chu family. It turned out that the purple-clothed young man's words weren't deliberately mystifying, and it wasn't baseless. He really had the ability to do so. In an instant, Zhu Liang's heart was filled with regret. He was the one who killed the Chu family. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. However, even though he could live for a little longer, he had caused the Chu family to pay a huge price. Who are you? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian with an unwilling expression on his face. As soon as Zhu Liang finished speaking, the surrounding crowd's attention fell on Duan Lingtian. They were curious as well. Who was this young man who had such a powerful follower by his side? Second Elder Zhu, you don't even know who he is. Yet you dare to act so shamelessly in front of him? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, and an aged old man shuttled through the crowd as if he'd transformed into a slippery loach that no one was able to stop. In the blink of an eye, the old man arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Old man. When he heard the voice earlier, Duan Lingtian felt it to be slightly familiar. Now that he saw the old man appear, Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up and a brilliant smile hung on his face. He never imagined that he would be able to see an old friend in the county city this time. The old man before him was none other than the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Suemo, who he'd met in Aurora City that day. At that time, Suemo had become a grade 7 alchemist under his guidance and left Aurora City. Sumo's appearance caused quite a stir. I know him. He's our county city's Alchemist Guild's Vice Guildmaster Su. It really is Vice Guildmaster Su. This young man seems to be very familiar with Vice Guild Master Su, directly calling him old man. Looks like this young man's identity is really not simple. The surrounding crowd had surprised expressions when they saw the scene before them. Suemo, a grade 7 alchemist, and the Vice Guild Master of the county city's Alchemist Guild. His status in the county city was extremely special, and even their Swallow Mountain County's county governor had to be respectful. Zhu Liang's face went grim. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. This violet-clothed young man was indeed not simple. Suemo, your movements are really quick. Right at this moment, a couple that was like a celestial couple walked over in large strides, and everywhere they passed, the crowd would move aside. It's the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County Branch's Guild Master, Lin Yu, and her husband, the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County's Guard Commander, Ji Yan. This Guard Commander is a void stage powerhouse that's on the same level as the county governor. The crowd clamored as they recognized the beautiful woman and middle-aged man that walked over shoulder to shoulder. President Lin, Commander Ji. Suemo lightly smiled to the two of them. When Zhu Liang saw Lin Yu and Ji Yan appear, he felt the sky darken. Oh my god, these two know this violet-clothed young man as well? Can someone tell me who the heck this violet-clothed young man is? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman and was slightly stunned. Then, his gaze descended onto the middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman, and he discerned with a single glance that this was a half-step void stage powerhouse. When he thought of how Suemo addressed the two of them, Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two of them. President Lin, I was just about to come and thank you after I finished my business. I never expected that you and Jitong would be a step ahead of me. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Lin Yu and Ji Yan, and he was refined and courteous. Commander Duan, you're too courteous. Being able to work for you is Lin Yu's honor, and it's also the Violet Tulip Trading Company's honor. Lin Yu lightly smiled, and her slender waist that was like a water snake swayed, revealing boundless temptation that caused others to have the impulse to forcefully press her down on the ground and ravage her. Although this Lin Yu wasn't young, she still retained her charm and was a tempting stunner. Exactly, if Commander Duan has any orders, my Violet Tulip Trading Company will surely do our best. Ji Yan also said. This middle-aged man with a dignified expression lowered his head in front of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's identity, even the strong person by Duan Lingtian's side was enough to make him bow down. President Lin and Commander Ji are too courteous. Lin Qi is my friend and you are his elders, so naturally you are my elders as well in the future. The two of you don't have to call me Commander Duan anymore, just call me by my name. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time he was truly grateful to this pair of husband and wife. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have been able to track down the murderer who killed little Fei Er's grandfather so quickly. Duan Lingtian and Lin Yu were chatting cheerfully and wittily, but the content of their conversation caused a commotion in the crowd of onlookers. Commander Duan? President Lin Yu and Commander Ji Yan are the highest-ranking people in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's Swallow Mountain County branch. When they faced this young man, they seemed to reveal humility from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they saw the county governor, they wouldn't be like this, right? Commander Duan. Surname, and so young. Could it be that he's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian? The crowd discussed, and before long, someone guessed Duan Lingtian's identity. Instantly, another wave of commotion arose. What? He's Duan Lingtian. I should have thought of it long ago. In our Crimson Sky Kingdom, besides the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who else is able to break through to the origin core stage before the age of 20? But I really never imagined that Commander Duan is actually a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Accurately speaking, he's a grade 8 weapons craftsman that can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides a 20% amplification of strength. This time, the Chu family has really bitten off more than they can chew. Look at the expression of the Chu family's second elder. It's as unsightly as it can be. Now, boundless regret has probably arisen within his heart. The crowd clamored as numerous gazes descended onto Zhu Liang, and their gazes contained a sense of schadenfreude mixed within. Zhu Liang's shameless actions from before had touched their bottom line. So no matter how tragic Zhu Liang's end would be, They wouldn't have the slightest bit of pity. All of this was Zhu Liang's own fault. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. Zhu Liang was slightly dazed as he gazed at the violet-clothed young man that was happily chatting with Suemo, Lin Yu and Ji Yan, and boundless regret arose within his heart. If he knew earlier that this violet-clothed young man was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard that was renowned throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if he was given 100 guts, he still wouldn't dare act shamelessly. As he glanced at the pile of corpses by his feet, he only felt a heart full of regret, and it was almost about to explode him into pieces. No. So many people in the clan died for me. I must live. I must live. The desire to live arose within Zhu Liang's heart, and he glanced vigilantly at Duan Lingtian's direction. His feet shook as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he directly charged into the crowd, desiring to flee. Want to flee? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. Coldness suffused Xiongquan's eyes, and his figure moved, intending to grab Zhu Liang back. In front of him, it was impossible for Zhu Liang to escape. But Xiongquan hadn't even charged into the crowd when he noticed a rock-like figure whistling over, carrying Zhu Liang in his hand. The person that appeared now was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with an imposing appearance. County Governor. Suemo was slightly surprised when he saw the person that had arrived. Swallow Mountain County's County Governor. Chapter 239. Swallow Mountain County's County Governor? Peisan's father? Duan Lingtian sized up the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes before him with interest. Commander Duan. Pei Yuan greeted Duan Lingtian warmly. Then he greeted Suemo, Lin Yu and Ji Yan. In the next moment, his hand descended and directly crippled Zhu Liang's dantian. Pei Yuan. Instantly, Zhu Liang cried out sorrowfully, and his eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan ignored Zhu Liang and casually threw Zhu Liang at Duan Lingtian's feet. Commander Duan, since it's your first time in my Swallow Mountain County's county city, consider this untrustworthy villain my gift to you. Although, even if I didn't make a move, he wouldn't have been able to escape. As he finished speaking, Pei Yuan's gaze fell onto Xiongquan, who had returned to Duan Lingtian's side, and he was slightly fearful. Then I'll thank County Governor Pei. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Pei Yuan. Then he raised his leg and fiercely stomped on Zhu Liang's body. Bang. Instantly, Zhu Liang's body came into 360-degree contact with the ground, without any blind spots. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian called out to Li Fei. Then he seized the Grade 8 Spirit Sword from Zhu Liang's hand and passed it to Li Fei, who had stepped forward. No. Don't. After Zhu Liang saw the killing intent emitted from Li Fei's beautiful eyes, a chill arose in his heart, and he hurriedly cried out in fear. Whoosh! Li Fei's gaze was cold as she raised her hand and released her origin energy. Her sword descended and pierced through Zhu Liang's body, nailing Zhu Liang's body to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, resplendent and dazzling. The hatred on Li Fei's face finally vanished like smoke into thin air when she saw Zhu Liang take his last breath. But when she thought of her grandfather, she felt a wave of heartache, and she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace as she sobbed silently. All right, now that you've avenged Grandpa will be able to rest in peace. Duan Lingtian gently patted Li Fei's back and comforted her softly. At this time, the people present suddenly realized that Duan Lingtian was not avenging his own grandfather, but the grandfather of his confidant. What a beautiful woman! This is the first time in my life that I've seen such a stunning beauty. I'm afraid only a talent like Commander Duan is worthy of her. The onlookers cheered again. A trace of admiration rose in their hearts towards Duan Lingtian's actions of getting angry over a woman. A good man should be like a commander in brocade clothes, destroying the Zhu clan in anger for a woman. Commander Duan, you've come from afar. As the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, I have to perform the duties of a host no matter what. Duan Lingtian, please do me the honor of coming to my county governor's estate for a gathering. Pei Yuan was an intelligent person, and he only invited Duan Lingtian after he comforted Li Fei. County Governor Pei, we're intending to invite Commander Duan for a gathering as well. Ji Yan lightly smiled. Although Pei Yuan was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, he didn't mind in the slightest. Pei Yuan was only a half-step void stage martial artist like him. When he saw Pei Yuan and Ji Yan fighting for Duan Lingtian, Suemo laughed heartily. No matter where this kid goes, this old fellow will follow along to join in the fun and freeload a meal. You two wouldn't mind, right? Vice Guildmaster Su, you're joking. It's an honor. Pei Yuan and Ji Yan practically spoke in unison. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already put away the spatial rings of all the Chu family members and the 2 grade 8 spirit swords. He noticed that Pei Yuan and Ji Yan were both looking at him, waiting for him to make a decision. County Governor Pei, Duan Lingtian will remember your favor today. However, Commander Ji is my senior, and as a junior, I don't dare disobey the orders of a senior. So, I hope County Governor Pei can forgive me. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Pei Yuan. He couldn't help but think evilly in his heart. If Pei Yuan knew that the culprit that crippled his son's arm was right before him, I wonder what expression he would have. Pei Yuan was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor after all. He wasn't unhappy in the slightest when facing Duan Lingtian's refusal, and the smile on his face still remained. Then Pei Yuan won't force you. But the door to my county governor's estate will always be open to Commander Duan. No matter when Commander Duan comes, the county governor's estate will always treat Commander Duan as an honored guest. Thank you, County Governor Pei. Duan Lingtian nodded. This Pei Yuan was more than just a little bit stronger than Pei San, as expected of a county governor. Then Pei Yuan will take his leave first. Pei Yuan bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before leaving. He came like the wind and left like the wind, incomparably confident and at ease. Along with the departure of Duan Lingtian's group, the group of people gathered at the city's trade market finally dispersed as well. What happened today was bound to be hung on the mouths of the people of the county city for a very long time in the future. Besides this, the Chu family had completely declined. Yu clan estate. Chu family. The Yu clan's patriarch Yu Dian had a complicated gaze. The foundation of a great clan that wasn't inferior to his Yu clan was completely destroyed by a young man that wasn't even 20 years old. That Duan Lingtian. Perhaps I shouldn't have allowed second brother and grand elder to seek revenge on him. Now second brother and grand elder are dead. And even the supreme elder that went to the imperial city later on has completely vanished without a trace. They surely have met with misfortune. Yu Dian's face was covered in bitterness. Presently, the people of the county city only knew that Duan Lingtian had destroyed the Chu family. But only he knew that Duan Lingtian hadn't only destroyed the Chu family, he'd also destroyed his Yu clan. Fortunately, the news of the disappearance of the few nascent soul stage martial artists of the Yu clan had been sealed off by him. Otherwise, the Yu clan would have probably ceased to exist long ago. Even if they were able to struggle at death's door, it would be impossible for them to have the status they had today. Of course, even though he knew that the instigator of all this was Duan Lingtian, Yu Dian didn't dare have any thoughts of taking revenge. What a joke! Not to mention Duan Lingtian's current status, just the network of relationships that Duan Lingtian had. Any random power was sufficient to annihilate his Yu clan. Duan Lingtian. He's simply the nemesis of my Yu clan. Yu Dian muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with bitterness. Agarwood Restaurant. As the property of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in the county city, this Agarwood restaurant was countless times more luxurious than the Agarwood restaurant in Duan Lingtian's hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Presently, in the pavilion on the top floor of Agarwood restaurant, 5 people were sitting in a circle. Only one person was standing, and that was Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, at this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, Suemo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan were all slightly restless. Commander Duan, you should let this lord sit down. Ji Yan glanced at Xiong Quan as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When a dignified void prying stage expert stood at the side, he would feel slightly restless no matter what. Lin Yu and Suemo looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian noticed the difficult situation of the 3, and shook his head with a smile. Xiong Quan, sit down. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied and sat down respectfully. Only then did Ji Yan and the others heave a sigh of relief. In next to no time the food was served. It was all delicious delicacies, And there was also plenty of fine wine. Little Sister Fei is worthy of being one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Truly beautiful. Lin Yu looked at Li Fei and lightly smiled. Li Fei's beautiful face blushed slightly and was slightly embarrassed. Guildmaster Lin, you're very beautiful as well. Here, the 2 women were whispering to each other. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was chatting with Ji Yan and Sue Mo. Kid, you made the right choice that time. Fortunately, you didn't follow me back to the Alchemist Guild that year. Otherwise, it would simply be burying your talent. During the battle at the northwest border, you commanded our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to show our might. Even I, this old fellow, have no choice but to admire you. Sue Mo drank a few cups of wine and was slightly excited. Exactly, that battle could simply be called a classic. Sometimes I even think about how my blood would boil if I could participate in it as well. Ji Yan deeply agreed. As the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, he had the heart of an iron-blooded man as well. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled when he heard this. Ji Yan had a higher opinion of Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Commander Duan, to a certain extent, you can already be considered to be standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you have any plans for the future? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a trace of yearning flashed within his eyes. Truthfully speaking, I returned to Swallow Mountain County this time precisely to bid farewell to someone. After I'm done here, I won't stay in the Imperial City for long before leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom and heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Ji Yan and Sue Mo weren't surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom would only hinder his development. Duan Lingtian didn't belong to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was unable to trap him. It was impossible for a dragon to be trapped in the ocean forever. It would eventually leap out of the ocean and soar into the 9 heavens. Have you prepared to join a sect? Ji Yan asked. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he surely had to find a sect to join. After all, only within those sects would he be able to obtain a better improvement. A sect was not only a stage for experts to compete for supremacy, it was also the best springboard, and it was the best choice for a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His knowledge of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was limited to the Boundless Sect and the Black Fiend Sect. The Boundless Sect was the sect that Xiong Quan used to be in. The Black Fiend Sect was the sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. When he thought of the Black Fiend Sect, a trace of coldness flashed within the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. All those years ago, the scene in the Misty Forest was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Kid, remember, you're just an ant before me. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. I disdain to kill you. These were the words that the Void Stage expert of the Black Fiend Sect, Sun Rue, said to him. Words that trampled on his dignity. At that time, he was only a little bit away from dying at the hands of Sun Rue. That feeling of suffocation was something he couldn't forget for his entire lifetime. Disdain? Traces of rage arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Chapter 240. A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, but Ji Yan and Sue Mo didn't notice it. Ji Yan lightly smiled. With Commander Duan's natural talent, it would be easy for you to enter one of the top sects once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Exactly. Sue Mo nodded as well. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. There are numerous sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, you must choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This will have a great impact on your future accomplishments. Duan Lingtian nodded as he thought so as well. The best place to cultivate in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was in the hands of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family and the 5 great sections. After he found out about this from Xiong Quan, he had a plan in his heart to choose one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and join it. After the meal, the sun had already set. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stayed at the inn arranged by Lin Yu, and they only departed the next day to return to Aurora City. After spending another 7 days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 returned to Aurora City. The trip and return, coupled with the one day spent in the county city, had spent an entire half a month's time. Prepare, we'll depart the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian set the date of departure. At dawn the next day, he brought along Ke and Li Fei and went to the Xiao clan to see Luo Qian, the younger sister of Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian's friend from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Compared to that day, Luo Qian's complexion was much better, and she had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian, you're really impressive now. Embroidered uniform guards commander. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun were together with Luo Qian. Presently, Xiao Yun smiled as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yun, the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Xiao Lan. Xiao, you asked me to tell you that he's fine. Xiao Lan nodded, and her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a trace of shyness. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell onto the 2 women by Duan Lingtian's side, it became slightly gloomy, and a wisp of imperceptible bitterness suffused the corners of her mouth. I'm here to bid you farewell. After Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit to the 3 women, he casually chatted for a while before leaving with Ke and Li Fei. He naturally noticed Xiao Lan's gaze. He didn't expect that after 2 years, Xiao Lan still hadn't let go. Just leave it to fate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 leave, Xiao Lan withdrew her gaze and sighed faintly. He had thought that she would be able to forget him after he left. Who knew that his news would come back again and again, tugging at her heartstrings, causing her to sink into it, unable to extricate herself. However, she also understood. With his current status and identity, he was destined to drift away from her. However, there was always some unwillingness in her heart. Big Sister Lan, there are some things that you have to strive for yourself. Once you miss it, then it'll be too late for regret. Luo Qian knew Xiao Lan's thoughts and couldn't help but advise. Yeah, Big Sister Lan, once you miss a man like Duan Lingtian, there won't be another one. Xiao Yun spoke as well. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes gradually became firm when she heard the words of the 2 women. Ayo. Duan Lingtian and the 2 women had just left the Xiao clan estate when he noticed Li Fei's hand descending onto his waist and fiercely spinning, causing him to be unable to refrain from crying out. Little Fei, you're murdering your husband. Humph. Who asked you to stare at Xiao Lan until your eyes were fixed on her? Li Fei grunted, and her tone was filled with jealousy. Young master, the way Miss Xiao Lan looks at you is similar to the way Big Sister Fei looks at you. She wouldn't have fallen for you as well, right? Ke blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. When did this little girl Ke learn how to add fuel to the fire? Look, even little sister Ke noticed. Li Fei pouted and said, quickly speak, have you fallen for Xiao Lan as well? No. Absolutely not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly denied. Admitting it at this time was a typical case of looking for trouble. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and his children returned to the Li family estate. He called Fatty Li Xian, and then invited Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to have a meal together as a farewell. During the meal, he specially introduced Li Xian to Lin Zhua and Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian, after you leave this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. Today we won't leave until we're drunk. Lin Zhua raised his wine cup as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Not bad, come cheers. Lin Qi said as well. After a meal, Li Xian and Lin Zhua became familiar with each other. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. When they returned to the Duan clan, Li Xian said sincerely, Boss, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Could it be that this fatty noticed something? Li Xian laughed slyly. Boss, I know you specially introduced Lin Zhua and Lin Qi to me. Stop pretending. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this fatty would really see through it. The next day, Duan Lingtian's family and Xiong Quan had just left the Li family estate when they saw the 3 girls waiting at the entrance. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yun and Luo Shi. You guys are? Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Lan was carrying a luggage bag in her hand. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, Li Fei's burning gaze seemed to be able to ignite Duan Lingtian. Xiao Lan, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Lan and asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, I want to go to the imperial city to find my brother. Can you bring me along? As Xiaolan spoke, her peerlessly beautiful face was dyed with a wisp of crimson. She was bright and moving, causing others to have the impulse to fiercely kiss her. Li Ro spurred her horse and stood at the side with a trace of a smile on the corners of her mouth. It seemed that her son's charm was quite great. In terms of appearance, this girl wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her two future daughters-in-law. If it was possible, she wouldn't mind having another such beautiful daughter-in-law. Although women were opposed to their husbands having multiple wives and concubines, when it came to their sons, they wished for nothing more than for their sons to be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. At that time they would be able to hug their grandsons and granddaughters until their arms went soft. Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. Little Fei Er's gaze was too ruthless. In the end, it was still Li Ro who helped Duan Lingtian out of the predicament. She looked at Xiaolan and lightly smiled. You're Xiaolan, right? Li Ro had heard of the three great beauties that were widely rumored in Aurora City. Xiaolan's gaze descended onto Li Ro and lightly nodded. She was slightly surprised in her heart. This is Duan Lingtian's mother? She looked so young. Seeing that Xiaolan seemed to be slightly hesitant and seemed to not know how to address her, Li Ro lightly smiled and said, You can call me Aunt Ro like Kerr and Fei. Aunt Ro. Xiaolan lightly nodded. Her charming face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out. Your brother is Tianer's good friend. Since you want to go find your brother, then come with us. Under Li Ro's beckoning, Xiaolan and Li Ro rode on the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Fei spurred her horse to Duan Lingtian's side and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Scoundrel, are you very happy now? Yes, Duan Lingtian subconsciously replied. When he noticed Li Fei's spurious smile, he hurriedly shook his head. No. The group once again set off on their journey. From Aurora City to the Imperial City they spent another 2 months. Xiaolan, you return to our place first. I'll go find your brother in a while and ask him to come pick you up. After entering the inner city of the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan nodded, and a trace of sadness was emitted from her pair of alluring autumn eyes. Lan come visit Aunt Ro often in the future. Li Ro naturally noticed Xiaolan's sad gaze and lightly smiled as she spoke. Yes, Aunt Ro. Xiaolan's gaze once again lit up. After returning to his own house, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy to find Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu heard that his sister had come to the Imperial City, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why is she here? Duan Lingtian shrugged. She said she wanted to come find you. Xiaoyu laughed bitterly. Find him? He didn't believe it. However, since his sister had come, he naturally didn't want to trouble Duan Lingtian, so he and Xiao Sun followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's house. It was both Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's first time coming to Duan Lingtian's house. Brother. When Xiaolan saw Xiao Yu, a trace of a charming smile appeared on her face. Xiao Sun, who was following beside Xiao Yu, was completely dumbstruck. This was Xiao Yu's sister? As expected, she was a beauty on the same level as Princess Bai Yao. Very quickly, when Xiao Sun saw Kerr and Li Fei walk out from inside, he was once again stunned. When did beautiful women become so worthless? In terms of appearance, the two women that walked out were not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Yu's sister and Princess Bai Yao. Xiao Sun suddenly felt that he'd probably used up all his chances of seeing beautiful women in his lifetime. When he saw the two women holding onto Duan Lingtian's hands, he knew that they were Duan Lingtian's women. For a moment, only a luster of envy, jealousy, and hatred remained in his eyes. As the saying goes, a friend's wife can't be lured. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and once again shifted it onto Xiaolan. I won't look at my friend's women, but looking at Xiao Sun's sister should be fine, right? Very quickly, he was once again dumbstruck. He noticed that after Xiaolan greeted Xiao Yu, her gaze had always been on Duan Lingtian, as if taking root and sprouting on Duan Lingtian's body. He could only look at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's luck with women was something he couldn't compare to. Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian didn't know of Xiao Sun's current thoughts. He withdrew a brush and paper and wrote down a pile of materials. Ask your Xiao clan's patriarch to help gather these materials. Give these materials to me 1 month from now, and I'll give you money at that time. 1 month from now was also the day that Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He gave himself a month's time to gather various materials for weapons refinement, medicine refinement, and inscription. No problem. Xiao Sun received the paper that Duan Lingtian passed over and nodded. Chapter 241. Of course, besides the Xiao clan, Duan Lingtian also entered the imperial palace and asked the emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the Duan clan. The Duan clan now took Duan Lingtian to be their hope, especially when the higher-ups of the Duan clan heard that Duan Lingtian would leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom a month from now and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to join one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They even unconditionally agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. "Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you entrusted others to gather." The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, said straightforwardly. "Then I'll thank Grand Elder first." Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't be courteous. In any case, he and the Duan clan both took what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he couldn't obtain it from the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would be able to refine it himself once his cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and became a grade 5 alchemist. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally welcomed Duan Lingtian in. "Commander Duan." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Patriarch Su, I came to find you this time because I want you to help me gather some materials. I'll come to collect them 1 month from now. At that time, Patriarch Su can just give me a price." "That's naturally not a problem." Su Boya nodded and received the paper that Duan Lingtian had written a pile of materials on. His gaze was extremely complicated. That day, he was still discussing with the Su clan elders on how to deal with Duan Lingtian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had suddenly made a huge turnaround, and even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, when their Su clan's Grand Elder Su Nan went missing that day, he suspected that it was related to the person before him. However, not to mention that he didn't have any evidence. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian was already tied to the Divine Might Marquis estate and the imperial family. It was far beyond what the Su clan could contend against. "Thank you, clan leader Su. Farewell." Duan Lingtian took his leave and walked out of the hall. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart, and his figure moved. Yet he noticed a figure flashing over. The figure was a silver grade 8 spirit sword that flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink, and it was obviously tainted with strong poison. "Duan Lingtian, I want you dead." The person charged towards Duan Lingtian once again. However, his 9th level body tempering stage cultivation was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, and he was sent flying with a single kick from Duan Lingtian. "Su Tong, I didn't expect you to be so vicious even without your cultivation." Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. The person who had ambushed him was Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't sense anything. A 9th level body tempering stage martial artist was unable to pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Lingtian's kick and crashed to the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up again, and he stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you crippled my Dantian and caused the death of my grandfather. I can't live under the same sky as you. Can't live under the same sky as you." Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong was really thick-head. "Su Tong." At this moment, Su Boya, who noticed the commotion, came out, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. "What are you doing?" "Clan leader, I want to take revenge for my grandfather, and take revenge for myself," Su Tong said coldly. "Enough. From today onwards, the enmity between you and Duan Lingtian is written off. If what happened today happens again, I'll expel you from the Su clan." Su Boya's gaze slightly frowned. This Su Tong had really gone mad. Not to mention a cripple like him. Even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Lingtian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard this, and he lowered his head. The hatred accumulated in his eyes was almost able to cause his eyes to explode. Clan leader Su, farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded to Su Boya, then left the Su clan and returned to his own courtyard house. At this moment the sky had darkened. However, just as he walked to the entrance of the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed that a figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost, silently descending before his eyes. Whoosh. And at almost the same time, Xiongquan appeared behind Duan Lingtian. All along the way, Xiongquan concealed himself by Duan Lingtian's side, as if he had transformed into Duan Lingtian's shadow, following him like a shadow. It's you. Through the night, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized him. Black clothes, a ghost king mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost masked man that killed the half-step void stage expert by Duan Roulet's side that day? According to Duan Lingtian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow assassin organization. Of course, it was only a guess. Follow me. A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had heard this person speak. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he was in Duan Roulet's courtyard house that day, from the moment this ghost masked man appeared until the moment he killed the old man, he didn't say a single word from the beginning until the end. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. Let's go. Although he didn't know why the ghost masked man did this, Duan Lingtian still brought Xiongquan along and followed. He could sense that the ghost masked man didn't have any ill intent towards him. Finally, the ghost masked man brought Duan Lingtian into an uninhabited courtyard house, then walked into a room and lit up a lamp. You're looking for me for something? Duan Lingtian looked at the ghost masked man before him. When they were on the road earlier, he felt that the ghost masked man's back was slightly familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where for a while. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ghost masked man actually stretched out his hand to remove his mask. The ghost masked man's true appearance was completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. See, Teacher Sima. Duan Lingtian was stunned. No matter what, he never would have imagined that the ghost masked man that appeared that day was actually his teacher in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, as well as the Dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. No wonder he felt that the ghost masked man's back was slightly familiar all along the way. Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. Kid, you seem to have offended quite a few people. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Teacher, what do you mean? You just arrived at the Imperial City today, right? At dusk, someone came to the ghastly shadow's stronghold to buy your life. Sima Changfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing. Teacher, you're the leader of the ghastly shadow organization? Sima Changfeng lightly smiled, but didn't admit nor deny it. But Duan Lingtian already had an answer in his heart. He once thought that Sima Changfeng was the fourth void stage expert that was hidden within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but now it would seem that this wasn't the case. Sima Changfeng was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow organization. Teacher, who bought my life? Duan Lingtian changed the question, and his eyes flickered with a dense flowing light. Now that you mention it, that person has a deep relationship with you. Sima Changfeng smiled. Teacher, don't keep me in suspense. Who is it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly and slightly lost his patience. He really missed the silent ghost masked man now. Duan Lingxing's wife and Duan Lingxing's mother. Yun Ping. Sima Changfeng slowly said. Yun Ping? This name was extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. However, after knowing her identity, he was able to understand why she wanted to buy his life. She was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Do you need me to help you deal with it? Sima Changfeng asked Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Help me deal with it for free? Duan Lingtian laughed as well. Little fellow, you're dreaming. Do you still lack that bit of money? If I help you deal with it, I naturally have to take money. Sima Changfeng laughed as he scolded. Teacher. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. My uncle Nye seems to not know that you're the leader of the ghastly shadow organization. Does His Majesty know? Sima Changfeng nodded. His Majesty knows. Speaking of which, this ghastly shadow organization was established by His Majesty. Teacher Sima, I'm very curious why you're so willing to serve His Majesty. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He believed that with Sima Chongfeng's strength, he was completely not restrained by the emperor. Sima Chongfeng's gaze became distant when he heard this, and he sighed after a long time. That year, it was His Majesty who saved my life. I owe him. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding and didn't ask in detail. This reason was already enough. The debt of saving one's life was enough to make one sacrifice their lives. Deep in the night, the autumn wind rustled. In the inner city, in a quaint inn, in a first-class guest room, a fat woman was walking back and forth, and every step she took seemed to be able to cause the ground to tremble slightly. Little bastard, with the ghastly shadow organization making a move this time. I'll make you die without a burial ground. The fat woman's voice revealed gloominess and viciousness, as if so long as the person she hated to the bone stood before her, she would tear him into pieces at the first possible moment. Is that so? Just at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out from the roof. Subsequently, the roof was blasted open. A purple figure descended from the sky. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. Yunping noticed the commotion and her face went grim, and when she saw Duan Lingtian, her gaze abruptly went cold. Little bastard, it's you. Although she'd never seen Duan Lingtian after he grew up, the outline of Duan Lingtian's face was 60% to 70% similar to Duan Rufing's, allowing her to recognize Duan Lingtian with a single glance. Little bastard? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yunping shuddered, and only now did she realize that Duan Lingtian was still an origin core martial artist. Instantly, a wisp of ghastly pale appeared on her chubby face, and her chubby body even started to lightly tremble. Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and a jade-green grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moonlight that passed through the broken roof sprinkled down, flickering with an icy cold sheen. Little bastard, I'll kill you and take revenge for my Xing. Chapter 242. Bang! Facing Yunping's enormous body that pounced over, Duan Lingtian kicked out, sending Yunping flying to collide with the wall. However, Yunping, who had a body of fat protecting her body, quickly stood up as if she was completely fine, and she stared viciously at Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, what I regret the most in my lifetime is that when I drove your mother out of the Duan clan that day, I didn't kill you while you were still in your infancy. Duan Lingtian frowned. You drove my mother out of the Duan clan? He'd never heard his mother, Li Ro, mention this. Exactly. Yunping sneered. That year, it was I who instigated others to drive your mother out. I originally thought that once a little bastard like you left the Duan clan, you were nothing to worry about, but I never imagined that 10 years later, you'd become the greatest hidden danger. I regret it. As she finished speaking, Yunping was slightly deranged. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed the infancy Duan Lingtian that day, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son also wouldn't have died. Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he said in a low voice, instead of regretting this, why don't you regret that you didn't teach your son well? The enmity between my father and your husband was the enmity of the previous generation. However, your son shifted all of this onto me, and even ruthlessly tried to kill me. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have died. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone was incomparably gloomy. You little bastard, your life is lowly like grass. So what if my son killed you? Could it be that your life can be compared to my son's life? Yunping's eyes revealed madness. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after killing you, I would kill your mother to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian couldn't endure it any longer when he heard Yunping's ruthless words, and his sword flashed out to enter Yunping's body. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. His mother was his reverse scale. Bang! Yunping's huge body fell to the ground, causing the inn to shake. Although she was dead, her pair of vicious eyes were still staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. It was as if she would not let Duan Lingtian go even if she died. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yunping's body indifferently. He didn't even have the interest to destroy the evidence and left directly. The next day a piece of news spread. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, the Duan clan didn't express much, and only buried Yun Ping out of consideration for Duan Rulei's many years of contributions to the Duan clan. They could more or less guess the reason behind Yun Ping's death. However, they would not pursue the matter. Tian is your second aunt's death related to you? In the backyard of the house, Li Ro asked Duan Lingtian with a serious face. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would lie to her. I killed her. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it. You child, your second uncle is already dead, and she's a widow. Why do you have to do this? Li Ro sighed, as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and guilt appeared on her face. Mom, why didn't you ask me why I killed her? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he spoke of Yun Ping's actions. What? She looked for the ghastly shadow assassin organization to issue an assignment to kill you? Li Ro instantly stood up from her seat. Her entire body seemed to have exploded, and her face was covered in a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserves death. That year, it was fine if she secretly used evil means to force me to leave the Duan clan, and I could endure it. Now she actually wants to kill you. Your mom has wronged you in this matter. You've done well. Li Ro's sudden change in attitude shocked Duan Lingtian as well. But Duan Lingtian was still able to perceive the concern his mother had towards him from this, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Mom, you really don't intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro, and he was extremely puzzled by Li Ro's decision last night. Tian, mom won't be a burden to you. Li Ro lightly smiled. Mom, what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian frowned and stared fixedly at Li Ro. No, you're surely doing this for another reason. Is it because of Dad? Seeing her son see through her thoughts, Li Ro didn't conceal it and nodded. Yes, I'm doing this for your dad. I keep having the feeling that your dad isn't dead, and he'll come back to look for me one day. If I stay in the Imperial City and he returns, he'll be able to find me at the first possible moment. If I leave, where do you want him to go to look for me? Duan Lingtian went silent. Mom, it's already been so many years. Shouldn't you let go of some things? Tian, you don't believe your dad is still alive. Li Ro went silent for a moment before speaking. This isn't a matter of believing or not. I hope he's still alive as well. But it's already been almost 20 years since he went missing. If he's still alive, he would have returned long ago. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that his deadbeat dad would return, as in this way, his mom would be happy as well. But this hope was extremely slim. Donna, you have to believe Mom. Mom really has an extremely strong intuition. Your dad will surely return. Li Ro persisted, and her eyes looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded. Mom, I believe you. Dad will surely return. Only now did Li Ro reveal a smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duan Lingtian's head. It was precisely little black and little white. Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and grabbed the two little pythons down. Then he glared at them. You two little fellows just woke up not long ago, and you're starting to be mischievous again, right? Last time Duan Lingtian had refined many origin-strengthening pills. These two little pythons directly swallowed half of the pills, then fell into a deep slumber, and only awoke a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step further and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, even if it was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, it wouldn't have any effect no matter how many origin-strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons, however, seemed to not have such restrictions. To a certain extent, they were simply two foodies. Of course, Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy that the origin-strengthening pills were able to assist the two little pythons in improving their strength. The increase in the strength of the two little pythons also meant that his life had an additional layer of protection. Although he had Xiong Quan, a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Xiong Quan was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Once he arrived at the top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Palace, He could only rely on himself and these two little pythons that could be concealed under his sleeve. Come. I still have many origin strengthening pills here, do you want some? Duan Lingtian withdrew a large pile of origin strengthening pills, but he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away and disdained to spare them a glance. You two little fellows are disdainful of this origin strengthening pill now? Didn't you eat it rather happily the last time? Duan Lingtian laughed as he scolded, but he faintly guessed some of the reasons. Actually, it wasn't only the origin strengthening pill. After the two little pythons ate the origin increasing pill that day, they weren't willing to touch the origin increasing pill again. As if eating the origin increasing pill a second time wouldn't have any benefits to them. If it's really because of this reason, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Although the effects aren't as good as the origin strengthening pill, it ought to be useful to them. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and a thought arose within his heart. Within the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides the origin strengthening pill, there were still 3 other medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of an origin core martial artist, and they were medicinal pills that he currently possessed the ability to refine. Of course, the medicinal effects of those 3 medicinal pills were far inferior to the origin strengthening pill. But now, he didn't need the medicinal effect of the origin strengthening pill, and he instead hoped that the other 3 medicinal pills would be able to allow the 2 little pythons to increase their strength a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't enough, then he'd use quantity to make up the numbers. If 10 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 20. If 20 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, then he'd give them 100. In any case, these 2 little fellows were both gluttons, and they wouldn't die from overeating. Doing as he thought, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan out, and went to the medicine store to buy the medicinal herbs he needed. The medicinal herbs required for these 3 medicinal pills were all ordinary, and were very easy to buy. But what surprised Duan Lingtian was, he just walked out of the medicine store's door when he saw a familiar person walking towards him. Xiao He, Xiao Sun's older brother. The Xiao clan's genius alchemist. 1 year ago, at the Alchemist Guild's headquarters, the person that he cheated out of 5 million silver. Glancing at Xiao He, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Then he left with Xiong Quan. Xiao He frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed youth from before knew him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of him. Shaking his head, Xiao He didn't think any further and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xiao He had no way of connecting Duan Lingtian with the violet-clothed youth that cheated him out of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was really too ordinary. Duan Lingtian returned home and started to get busy. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to concoct were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the origin strengthening pill. Whoosh! Very quickly, Duan Lingtian took out his cauldron and started to concoct the medicinal pills. To Duan Lingtian, he only planned to concoct ordinary medicinal pills. He only needed to spend half an hour to concoct around 10 pills of each type. Duan Lingtian spent 2 hours concentrating on concocting 43 Cloud Mist pills. I hope those 2 little fellows are willing to eat them, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Hiss hiss. When he saw the little python's eyes light up when they saw the Cloud Mist pills and they madly flicked their tongues, Duan Lingtian knew that his thoughts were correct. The 43 Cloud Mist pills were directly divided between the 2 little pythons. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the 2 little pythons were about to faint, he noticed that the 2 little pythons were instead staring at him with sparkling eyes. You 2 little fellows are simply bottomless pits. Chapter 243. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's tireless refinement, another 100-plus Cloud Mist pills appeared in the world. After the 2 little pythons divided the Cloud Mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that they didn't fall into a deep sleep this time. Instead, their spirits flickered as they eagerly stared at Duan Lingtian. Now, the 2 little pythons had already started to dislike the Cloud Mist pills. In the following days, Duan Lingtian started to refine the Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill. After the 2 little pythons divided and swallowed the 100-plus Flowing Pill and Crimson Jade Pill, They similarly weren't willing to eat the flowing pill and crimson jade pill. But they still didn't show any signs of falling into a deep sleep, and they were full of spirit and glowing with spirit. Two foodies. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless as he looked at the two little pythons before him that stared at him with anticipation. He suddenly felt that perhaps his way of thinking was wrong from the beginning, and the increase in strength of the two little pythons wasn't so simple. There's none left. Just these medicinal pills, eat them or leave them. Duan Lingtian placed the remaining cloud mist pills, flowing pill and crimson jade pill on the table, then pretended to glare fiercely at the two little pythons as he spoke. Unexpectedly. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons swiftly flickered their tongues as their two little tails flashed out like bolts of lightning, flinging the 3 types of medicinal pills on the table flying. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Who are you two little fellows throwing a tantrum for? Duan Lingtian swung out his palm and directly grabbed the two little pythons before throwing them onto a tree in the rear courtyard. He ignored their protests and directly left the rear courtyard to return to his room to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WIRM Python form. In the following month, although Duan Lingtian had touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was still unable to break through. Instead, it was that little girl, Kerr, who smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage under the dual assistance of the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening Pill. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. During this month, the Duan Lingtian residence was peaceful as usual, apart from Xiao Lan occasionally coming to chat with his mother, Li Ro. A month later, Duan Lingtian left the house and began to go to each of the houses to collect materials. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Sun took the materials from the Xiao clan's patriarch together, but unexpectedly met Xiao He. Little Sun, who is this? When Xiao He saw Duan Lingtian, he was a little surprised. Wasn't this purple-clothed youth the same person he had met a month ago at the entrance of a medicine shop in the inner city? The purple-clothed young man was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. He had a deep impression of him. Brother, he's Duan Lingtian. Xiao Sun smiled as he introduced, then said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, this is my brother, Xiao He. So it's Commander Duan. Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard this, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. You're Xiao Sun's brother, so just call me Duan Lingtian. There's no need to be so distant. Duan Lingtian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot compared to the Xiao He met in the Alchemist Guild over a year ago. He didn't have the arrogance and drive of the past. Then I'll be arrogant and call you Brother Lingtian. Xiao He nodded with a smile. When his gaze stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was so familiar to him. He would never forget it in his entire lifetime. However, no matter what, he was unable to link the violet-clothed youth before him and the violet-clothed youth before him together. But with a quick thought, according to what his younger brother, Xiao Sun, said, the violet-clothed youth before him was already a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. This point was in line with the violet-clothed youth from that time. Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao He's gaze staring at him, and his heart jerked. Xiao He seemed to have noticed something. But where did he see it from? However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to be hesitant to confirm it. When he saw the bewilderment in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper and deeper, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. With a raise of his hand, a stack of silver appeared in his hand, and it was exactly 5 million silver. He passed it to Xiao He. Consider this money as returning it to its rightful owner. You really are. Xiao He didn't receive the silver, and his pupils constricted instead, as if he'd seen a ghost. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian, why did you give my brother money? Xiao Sun, who stood at the side, had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know what had happened. Little Sun, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and won 5 million silver from me. I noticed earlier that Brother Lingtian's eyes are exactly the same as that youth from that time. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao He's face. He never imagined that meeting the genius young alchemist of the past would be such a scene. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck. Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that time had an ordinary appearance? You'll have to ask Brother Ling Tian about this. Xiao He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze was extremely complicated. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. At that time, for the sake of not allowing others to see through my identity, I used some methods to carry out a disguise. But I never imagined that you'd actually remember my eyes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He with a face full of surprise. He finally knew how Xiao He had recognized him. He could disguise himself, but only his face was changed, and his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Actually, after I lost the bet to you that time, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and everything about you. Xiao He shook his head and smiled as he recalled that time, and it felt as if a lifetime had passed. What? You don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Xiao He shook his head. After I returned to the clan, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past, and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that I think about it, I still have to thank you. It was you who made me realize my shortcomings. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Xiao He, with such a mentality, I believe that in the future, you'll surely be able to establish a school of your own in the Tao of Alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Hearing Xiao He's words, Duan Ling Tian had a slightly higher opinion of him. I hope so. Xiao He nodded and spoke modestly. In the end, Xiao He was unwilling to accept the silver in Duan Ling Tian's hands. Duan Ling Tian didn't force him, but he gave Xiao He some pointers in the area of alchemy. Needless to say, Xiao He's natural talent in alchemy was indeed very high, and he understood many things with just a little guidance. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but praise in his heart. Xiao He felt heartfelt admiration towards Duan Ling Tian's profound understanding in the Tao of alchemy. When Duan Ling Tian left, he even personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Xiao clan estate's gate. Between the two of them, it could be said that they had turned hostility into friendship. After leaving the Xiao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the imperial palace. In the imperial garden, the emperor gave a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. These are the imperial palace's inventory, as well as the materials you need that I ordered people to gather from all over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how much are these materials? After Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, he asked with a light smile. Money? The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need for money. If you have the heart, then go see Bai Yao before you leave. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, but he understood the emperor's meaning and nodded. When he saw Princess Bai Yao again, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's figure was obviously thinner and weaker, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Princess. Duan Ling Tian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. When Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Ling Tian, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. You've come. Yes. Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded and sighed in his heart. Sometimes there were some things that really happened when one did not intend for it to happen. It had to be said that Princess Bai Yao was very outstanding and also very kind. She didn't lose to Kerr and Li Fei in the slightest. However, in his heart it was still difficult to take that step. Although this step was only a foot away, it also seemed to be far away. When are you going to leave? Princess Bai Yao asked softly. Her bell-like voice was faintly trembling. Her delicate and pitiful posture made people unable to help but feel pity for her. I'll leave early tomorrow morning, Duan Ling Tian said softly. So soon? Princess Bai Yao's delicate body imperceptibly trembled. She secretly glanced at Duan Ling Tian and discovered that Duan Ling Tian was also looking over. She timidly turned her head away, like a child who was caught stealing candy. A trace of red appeared on her charming face. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyes and slowly said, Princess, I'll accompany you for a walk. Yes. Princess Bai Yao nodded obediently. Unlike before, this time Duan Ling Tian accompanied Princess Bai Yao as they walked, and they chatted a great deal with each other. Between the two of them, they had a slight understanding of each other. Duan Lingtian even intentionally spoke of the matter between him, Ke, and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would be disappointed, but unexpectedly, a trace of a smile always hung on Princess Bai Yao's face. So in this way, big sister Li Fei and Ke will accompany you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a happy smile. But he didn't notice that at the instant Princess Bai Yao turned her head. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, a faint flowing light of envy was mixed within. It was as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Ke or Li Fei and accompany Duan Lingtian. Will you still return? When they were parting, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face contained slight perturbation mixed within. I'll surely return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This time my mother won't be leaving with me. If I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her. Princess Bai Yao's eyes shone when she heard this. Can I go see your mother? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Chapter 244. Duan Lingtian was in a bit of a dilemma. If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao back, would Little Fei skin him alive? Thinking of Little Fei's jealousy, Duan Lingtian felt a chill on his back. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him pitifully with a face full of expectation, his heart softened in the end. I'll just treat her as a guest, Duan Lingtian comforted himself. Sure enough, when Duan Lingtian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his house, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first instance. A dubious smile appeared on Li Rou's face. Coincidentally, Xiaolan was also accompanying Li Rou. When she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She never thought that a girl that Duan Lingtian casually brought back would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to her, Ke, and Li Fei. Young master, who is this beautiful big sister? Ke blinked her large eyes as she looked at Princess Bai Yao and asked Duan Lingtian. This is Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the girls. Instantly the girls were all moved. Even Li Fei had a face full of surprise. She never thought that the girl that Duan Lingtian brought back would actually be Princess Bai Yao. She had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Greetings to the princess. For a moment the four girls, including Li Rou, slightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully greeted her. Aunt Rou, this isn't the imperial palace. You don't have to treat me as a princess. Princess Bai Yao lightly walked over and helped Li Rou up as she said with a light smile. Li Rou lightly smiled as she nodded. Her limpid eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, faintly mixed with a bit of ambiguity, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly embarrassed. Your sister Fei, right? Princess Bai Yao looked at Li Fei with a pitiful appearance, causing Li Fei to smile. Princess, you know me? Sister Fei, you are as beautiful as Duan Lingtian described you to be. Princess Bai Yao's mouth was sweeter than honey, completely eliminating Li Fei's hostility and wariness towards her. Sister Fei, you can call me Bai Yao in the future. Alright. Little sister Bai Yao, you're also very beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Li Fei smiled and nodded. Seeing that Princess Bai Yao didn't put on any airs, she had a good impression of her. You must be Ke, right? I heard from Duan Lingtian that you're the same age as me. When were you born? Princess Bai Yao looked at Ke and asked with a smile. Princess, I'm from September. The current Ke was no longer the Ke of the past. Even when facing the princess, she didn't have the slightest bit of apprehension, and could freely chat and laugh. Then I'm younger than you. I was born in December. In the future I'll call you Sister Ke. You can be like Sister Fei and call me Sister Bai Yao. Hearing this, Princess Bai Yao playfully stuck out her cute tongue, causing Ke to have a good impression of her. Ah, I also have a younger sister, Ke exclaimed in a low voice. Her charming face was slightly red, and the corner of her mouth held a smile, mixed with a trace of excitement. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Bai Yao really had a way of dealing with people. Not long after, she obtained the approval of the 3 beauties in his family. This is. Princess Bai Yao finally looked at Xiaolan. Even she couldn't help but have a good impression of this girl, who was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had almost never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Bai Yao was still very confident in her own appearance. But today, she had seen 3 girls in succession whose appearances weren't inferior to hers. Other than the 2 women that she already knew about from Duanlingtian, the appearance of this elegant and refined girl caused ripples in her heart. She discovered that this girl was the same as her, interested in Duanlingtian. For a moment, a feeling of sympathy for each other arose in her heart. "Princess, I'm called Xiaolan." Xiaolan faintly smiled at Princess Bai Yao, but her heart was slightly bitter. She could naturally see Princess Bai Yao's feelings towards Duanlingtian. She was also very envious of Princess Bai Yao being able to obtain the approval of Duanlingtian's family in such a short period of time. One had to know that she and the Duanlingtian's family had interacted for a few months, and only obtained the approval of Li Ro and Kerr. Li Fei, however, was constantly on guard against her big sister Xiaolan. Princess Bai Yao sweetly smiled at Xiaolan. You guys chat, I'll return to my room to cultivate." Seeing that he had become a foil, the corners of Duanlingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he returned to his room after saying his farewells. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. If these 4 women were placed together in the earth of Duanlingtian's previous life, they would be able to form a table of mahjong. After returning to his room, Duanlingtian started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Flood Python form's accompanying martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely overbearing. Although it didn't have the ability to reverse teleportation like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's Shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense was comparable to an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied on the medicinal effect of the blood lingji to break through to the perfection stage. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if I refine the inverse source pill, I can once again activate the blood lingji's medicinal effect hidden within my body and vital energy and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were also one of the materials that Duanlingtian asked the various powers to gather 1 month ago. Duanlingtian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. An hour later, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he swallowed the inverse source pill and started activating the blood lingji's medicinal effect hidden within his body and vital energy and blood. At the same time, he started cultivating the Earth Dragon's Shield. In the end, the Earth Dragon's Shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage under the assistance of the vast blood lingji's medicinal effect. Although the Earth Dragon's Shield is stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill, but when one reaches the origin core stage and one's strength increases to a certain level, no matter how strong the defensive martial skill is, it would at most only be able to offset a portion of the strength. This was something that Duanlingtian understood clearly in his heart. According to Duanlingtian's estimation, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to fully activate the Earth Dragon's Shield, he would be able to completely offset the attack of a martial artist below the core formation stage. However, if it was the attack of an origin core martial artist, it would be impossible to completely offset it. It would only be able to offset a portion of the opponent's attack. But even then, a defensive martial skill was still important. Just like a battle between 2 martial artists with similar cultivations and similar attack strengths, one of them didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill, whereas the other cultivated a defensive martial skill. Under such circumstances, the latter would absolutely stably defeat the former. After completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's Shield, Duanlingtian returned to his senses. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky was already dark. "I've already forgotten the time." Duanlingtian was slightly embarrassed. He walked out of his room and had dinner with the girls before offering to send Princess Bai Yao off. As for Xiaolan, she chose to stay. Duanlingtian didn't feel anything towards Xiaolan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind as well. After Duanlingtian sent Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei had suddenly become so magnanimous. "We're leaving tomorrow." With Xiaolan accompanying Aunt Ro, Aunt Ro won't be so lonely. Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Lingtian and Li Fei made love, Li Fei leaned on his shoulder and said in a light voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiaolan and little sister Bai Yao are both interested in you. Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little vinegar jar, you dare to say that you don't have any thoughts?" Li Fei's watery eyes narrowed as she glared at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw two great beauties? Moreover, those two great beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression turned serious as she said, "I've thought about it." "Thought about what?" Duan Lingtian shuddered. Could it be that little Feier had some crazy thoughts? "I've thought about it. If they want to enter our family, they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, looking like a big sister. "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It's a secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and didn't say anything further. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought along Ke, Li Fei, and Xiong Quan to bid farewell to Li Ro, Xiaolan, and the manager, Jingru, before spurring his horse to leave the courtyard house in the imperial city. As for the others, Duan Lingtian had bid farewell to them one by one 2 days ago. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's area was located at the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 rode on Fergana horses and dashed out as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that gave rise to endless amounts of sand and dust. Hiss hiss, 2 little pythons disobediently ran out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, excitedly flicking their tongues and jumping about in high spirits. "You 2 little fellows know that we're leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded like humans and were extremely mischievous. "Xiong Quan, if we travel on Fergana horses and rest at night, how long will it take to arrive at the 7-star sword sect?" Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward as he asked Xiong Quan. The 7-star sword sect was one of the 5 top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. More than 90% of the 7-star sword sect disciples were sword cultivators, and sword cultivators possessed extremely formidable offensive strength. This caused the 7-star sword sect to be extremely powerful in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. All this was something Duan Lingtian found out from Xiong Quan. According to Xiong Quan, the 7-star sword sect's influence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect recruited outer court disciples every 6 months, and it was even more frequent than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the 7-star sword sect was far from having as many people as the other 4 top sections. Chapter 245. Around half a year. Xiong Quan pondered for a moment before speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded as he was mentally prepared. Not to mention leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city to arrive at the border area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they had to cross a county and spend around 3 months of time. Even the 7-star sword sect from the border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was still quite a distance away. It was also because they used Fergana horses to travel, otherwise, even if they spent a year, they might not be able to arrive at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had the protection of Xiong Quan, a 2nd-level void-prying stage expert that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble all the way from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the 2nd district of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, bandits would rush over, but they were all easily slaughtered by Xiong Quan. Similar to what Duan Lingtian expected, they arrived at a city that was located between the border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 3 months later. Although this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. "Xiong Quan, have you been to this city?" Duan Lingtian asked. Xiong Quan shook his head. "Let's go in." Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he brought along the 2 little girls that had veils covering their faces and directly entered the city. This border city was extremely bustling, and many merchant groups could be seen going in and out. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, These merchant groups ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Fergana horses could be seen everywhere. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 riding Fergana horses didn't draw the attention of others. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, the 4 of them found a restaurant to eat. Before ordering, Duan Lingtian gave a tip to the restaurant's attendant and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me?" When the attendant saw that Duan Lingtian was so generous, he naturally didn't hold anything back and said with a light smile, "Customer, it's your first time in our Black Wind City, right?" Black Wind City? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and continued to listen to the servant. "Guest, our Black Wind City is a border commercial city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's located at the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some merchant groups that travel between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom would stop at our Black Wind City," the manservant said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this on the way here. The manservant continued, "Guest, this is your first time in our Black Wind City, so you must remember, do not offend Huang, Zhong, and Ma." Speaking of this, the manservant's expression became slightly solemn. "Is there anything special about these 3 surnames?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The servant shook his head. "Nothing special. These 3 surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans of our Black Wind City. Guest, you ought to have come from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The manservant smiled. "Because the people that go from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom are mostly people that follow merchant groups, and there are very few independent customers. So, I guess you're from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Guest, are you intending to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Guest, remember what I said earlier. Although the 3 great clans of Black Wind City aren't ranked in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's even to the extent that they're only inferior to the 3 great clans of your Crimson Sky Kingdom." The manservant reminded once more. "I know." Duan Lingtian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the 3 great clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the manservant spoke of were the imperial cities Duan clan, Shao clan, and Su clan. Not to mention existences that were inferior to these 3 great clans. With Xiong Quan here, even if it was these 3 great clans, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid. "Guest, what do all of you eat?" the manservant asked respectfully. "Help us order as you see fit. We don't have any dietary restrictions," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. The manservant acknowledged and left. "It's time to eat, remove your veils." Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little girls by his side and lightly smiled as he spoke. The 2 little girls blinked their beautiful eyes and obediently removed the veils on their faces. And it was at this instant that a wave of sounds of cups shattering sounded out in the restaurant. It was some male customers that were completely dumbstruck when they saw Li Fei and Kerr. And they didn't even realize that the cups in their hands had dropped. In next to no time the food was served. "Xiong Quan, sit down and eat as well," Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan, and Xiong Quan complied and sat down. The 4 of them had been hungry for an entire day, and they swept through the entire table of food. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, but the restaurant was still brightly lit. "I heard that there's a batch of slaves being auctioned in the Ma Clan auction house's auction tonight." "I heard of it as well. It's not only slaves. Supposedly the Ma Clan auction house has also purchased many good things this time. Let's quickly finish our food and go experience it as well." Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men at a nearby table entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Ma Clan auction house? Auction?" Duan Lingtian's interest was suddenly piqued. Black Wind City was a border city between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and there were many merchant groups that passed by. There would surely be many merchants that sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he was interested in would appear in the auction house. After eating his fill, Duan Lingtian beckoned to the manservant from before. "Guest, do you have any instructions?" The manservant respectfully asked Duan Lingtian. "I want to ask you, if I want to participate in the Ma Clan auction house's auction, what should I do?" Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. and at the same time he put down a silver ingot. The manservant's eyes lit up as he put away the silver ingot and hurriedly said, "Guest, our Black Wind City has 3 great auction houses that are respectively controlled by the 3 great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months, and the 2 months that are empty in between are instead reserved for the other 2 auction houses to hold the auction. In other words, Black Wind City holds an auction every other month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma Clan auction house holds the auction. Guest, you can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant, turn left and walk all the way to the end of the main road. Then turn right and you'll be able to see the Ma Clan auction house. The entrance fee of the Ma Clan auction house is divided into 2 levels. First, spend 1,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid and sit on the seats in the hall to bid. Second, spend 100,000 taels of silver to obtain the right to bid. The Ma Clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service." As he spoke up to hear, the manservant couldn't help but be astounded. To him, he might not have the chance to enter the Black Wind City's auction house in his lifetime. An ordinary seat costs 1,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and he was slightly surprised as well. And that private room actually costs 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, isn't the value of silver devalued too much? Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he brought along his children who had once again put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xiong Quan led the 4 Fergana horses and followed them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma Clan auction house. At this moment, the Ma Clan auction house had already started to enter the venue. However, there weren't many people that entered, and there should still be some time before the auction began. At the entrance of the auction house, a row of manservants stood there like doormen. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just arrived at the entrance of the auction house when a manservant came up to greet them and took the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Duan Lingtian's hands. Another manservant walked up and respectfully asked, "Guest, may I ask if you need a seat in the main hall or a private room?" "A private room," Duan Lingtian said to the manservant. "Guest, please come with me." Hearing this, the manservant's attitude became even more humble. He led Duan Lingtian's group into the auction house and brought them to the private room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy private room gave people a comfortable feeling. The private room was extremely spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian walked in the private room. Through the window of the private room he could just see the auction stage below, which was very convenient. After the manservant came in, he began to pour hot tea and prepared snacks for Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls. Then he respectfully stood to the side. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door. The manservant stepped out and opened the door of the private room, respectfully greeting the person outside. "Manager." A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Guest, hello. I'm the manager of the Ma Clan auction house, Ma Qin." With the arrival of the manager of the auction house, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the purpose of his visit. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 taels of silver appeared out of thin air and was handed over to Ma Qin. Ma Qin received the silver, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that this young man who looked less than 20 years old was not simple. To have a storage ring at such a young age, he obviously had an extraordinary background. "Thank you, guest." After Ma Qin received the silver, he deeply looked at Xiong Quan, who was behind Duan Lingtian, before turning to leave. "For guests, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll be waiting at the door." The manservant respectfully said to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, then retreated and closed the door. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also took off their veils. Just staying in this rundown place for a few hours would cost 100,000 taels of silver? Li Fei shook her head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Although Kerr didn't say anything, her face was similarly filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't compare to those cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. To a certain extent, this place could already be considered to be a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, this Black Wind City was a place that merchants had to pass through, and the level of consumption here was probably not inferior to those cities in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duan Lingtian noticed when he was paying the bill at the restaurant. Why haven't we started yet? Chapter 246. It should be soon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. At this moment, through the window of the room, he could vaguely see a few people walking into the hall and finding a seat in the hall to sit down. Along with the passage of time, the number of people grew more and more. Before long, the hall was filled with people, and it was a dense mass of people. A seat in the hall costs 1,000 silver per person. Just the entrance fee of this Ma Clan auction house is enough to make one's hands go soft. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astounded. When the number of people increased, it naturally became noisy. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw an old man slowly walking up the auction stage. He knew that the auction was about to begin. As expected, everyone, welcome to our Ma Clan auction house. I guarantee that everyone will absolutely feel that this trip today was not made in vain. After the old man ascended the auction stage, he started talking nonsense that didn't contain any substance. It was none other than bragging about how good the auction items of their Ma Clan auction house today were. As the saying goes, Huang Pa sells melons and praises herself. Alright, I see that everyone seems to be slightly impatient. Let's bring up the first auction item now. The old man's voice suddenly sounded out. For a moment, the group of people in the hall that were drowsy shuddered and awoke from their stupor. A young woman held a tray that was covered by a red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction stage. Along with the young woman removing the red cloth, the thing on the tray appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a medicinal pill bottle. The old man picked up the medicinal pill bottle, swept his gaze across the hall, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, there are 10 origin strengthening pills within this medicinal pill bottle." Origin strengthening pills were medicinal pills used by origin core stage martial artists to cultivate, and it could increase one's cultivation speed. But origin strengthening pills were sold everywhere, even in medicine stores outside. For a moment, many people lost interest. There were even people that said in disdain, "When did the Ma Clan auction house decline to such an extent? They're actually taking out this sort of trashy thing to auction. Origin strengthening pills, 10,000 silver per pill in medicine stores outside. The price is clearly marked. Yeah, there's no need to take out this sort of thing to auction, right?" Quickly changed to the next auction item. The group of people in the hall spoke out one after another. "Everyone, please be quiet." In the face of such a scene, the old man's expression did not change. He even seemed to have known that something like this would happen. As the old man raised his hand, the hall fell silent. "Everyone, do you think that our Ma family auction house will auction off an ordinary yuan strengthening pill?" The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As everyone knows, the purity of the pills refined by ordinary alchemists is at most a little over 60%. Being able to achieve 65% purity is already considered extremely rare. However, the purity of this bottle of origin strengthening pills in my hands had reached 75%. 75%, what does that mean? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. Once consumed, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast as an ordinary origin strengthening pill. If it's given to those origin core stage martial artists who have fallen into a bottleneck and are unable to break through for a long time, relying on this origin strengthening pill, they might even be able to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a commotion in the hall. Origin strengthening pill with 75% purity? Really? Which alchemist is so awesome to be able to refine such a high purity origin strengthening pill? In the hall, many people didn't quite believe it. In their impression, a medicinal pill with a purity of over 70% could already be considered as an existence of legends. A medicinal pill with a purity of over 75% was already close to the legendary medicinal pill with a purity of 80%. When the old man saw this, he continued, "Everyone, these 10 origin strengthening pills were personally verified by our Ma family's Lord Hu Jun. So, everyone doesn't have to worry about whether the purity of the medicinal pill conforms to what I've said. Out of the 10 origin strengthening pills, 7 have a purity of 75%, and 3 have a purity that's infinitely close to 76%. Moreover, the credibility of our Ma family is obvious to all. Many people in the hall nodded when they heard the old man's words. The Ma family had indeed never lost their credibility in an auction. Since it was verified by Lord Hujun, then there's naturally no problem. Exactly, Lord Hujun is the one and only grade 7 alchemist in Black Wind City. His judgment is surely not wrong. Old man Ma, quickly state the starting price. The people in the hall spoke out one after another, urging the old man to state the starting price. Within the room, a wisp of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Purity 75%? He never imagined that at the common border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom, a medicinal pill with such a high purity would appear. Purity 75%. It was sufficient to show that the alchemist that refined this origin-strengthening pill was an alchemist with abundant experience and extraordinary natural talent. Of course, this purity wasn't taken seriously by Duan Lingtian. Not to mention a purity of 75%, even if it was a purity of 90%, he would still be able to easily refine it. If he were to seriously refine it, he would even be able to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 99%. The lifetime experience and ability of the Samsara Emperor Wu in his alchemy was no joke. A purity of only 75% and you have the nerve to auction it off? Li Fei grunted in a low voice. She remembered that the origin-strengthening pill her man refined had a purity of over 90%. As far as she was concerned, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was simply trash when compared to the origin-strengthening pill refined by her man. But even if it was trash, the price of the auction still shocked Li Fei. Along with the old man stating the starting price, 10 origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% were actually auctioned off for a high price of 300,000 silver. Not only that, the auction still continued. 400,000 silver. 500,000 silver. Hearing the bids in the main hall, Li Fei said dumbfoundedly, "Mad, they've surely gone mad." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, as he felt it was understandable. To a certain extent, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was indeed able to help an origin core martial artist break through the final bottleneck and smoothly step into the next level. Of course, it was only limited to first-level and second-level origin core martial artists. After all, it was only an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75%. 1 million silver. Finally, along with a deep voice sounding out from a room on the second floor, a bottle of origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% was won by him. The guest in room number 5 has obtained this bottle of origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75%. The old man on the auction platform announced. Subsequently, another young woman held a tray and ascended the auction platform. The item being auctioned this time was a grade 8 spirit weapon with an amplification of 18%. Duan Lingtian and the others similarly weren't interested in this auction item. Scoundrel, those 10 origin-strengthening pills with a purity of 75% are actually able to be sold for 1 million silver. If you were to sell the origin-strengthening pills you refined, wouldn't it be even more valuable? Li Fei recovered from her shock, then looked at Duan Lingtian as traces of bright lights condensed within her beautiful eyes. Of course, Duan Lingtian smiled. An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% is already worth 100,000 silver. I wonder how much the pure origin pills with a purity of 90% and above can be sold for. Li Fei had a curious expression, as if she urgently wanted to know the answer. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to see through Li Fei's thoughts? He shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, if you really want to know, then I'll choose an origin-strengthening pill with the lowest purity. I refined and auction it at the Ma Clan auction house. I think they would be interested as well. Li Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, and the nearby cur had a curious expression as well. Xiongquan, call the attendant outside in. Duan Lingtian instructed Xiongquan. In next to no time the attendant entered. Guest, do you have any instructions? Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a medicinal pill bottle appeared in his hand. Then he passed it to the attendant. There's a medicinal pill within. I intend to auction it at your auction house. Ask your manager to make the arrangements. The attendant heard this and extended his hand to receive it, but didn't ask anything. He knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. After the attendant left, Duan Lingtian once again looked at the auction platform and noticed that the grade 8 spirit weapon had just been won by someone. Manager. After the attendant obtained the medicinal pill bottle Duan Lingtian gave him, he went to look for manager Ma Qin. Ma Qin's gaze descended onto the attendant's hand and asked, "A guest wants to auction something?" "Yes, manager, it's that young guest." The attendant spoke respectfully. "Young guest? That violet-clothed young man?" Ma Qin asked curiously. "Yes." The attendant nodded. Ma Qin received the medicinal pill bottle and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he noticed that there was actually an origin-strengthening pill within. What does that guest mean? Origin-strengthening pill? And there's only one? In the end, he didn't directly send the origin-strengthening pill back, but instead took it to the backstage of the auction house. Lord Hu Jun. In next to no time, Ma Qin found their Ma clan's one and only grade 7 alchemist, Hu Jun. So long as the Ma clan auction house held an auction, Hu Jun would be present. Hu Jun was an old man over 70 years old, and when he saw Ma Qin arrive, he asked curiously, "Manager Qin, is something the matter?" Ma Qin passed over the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. "Lord Hu Jun, this is an item that a guest wants to auction in our auction house. Help me take a look and see if there's anything special about it." "What's this?" Hu Jun received the medicinal pill bottle and asked curiously, "Origin strengthening pill." The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Origin strengthening pill?" Hu Jun couldn't help but be stunned, then he frowned. "Isn't this nonsense? Which guest had consigned this item for auction? Unless it's an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 70% or above, otherwise, there's utterly no value in auctioning it. Lord Hu Jun, the guest that auctioned this origin strengthening pill seems to have an extraordinary background, so I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it really doesn't work, I'll send it back to him." Ma Qin spoke with slight difficulty. Hu Jun nodded, then opened the medicinal pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill within. 1.